Before we begin the ritual of Rudrabhishekam, we request everyone present here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, declare truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, declare the truth that Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityanandeshwari Paramashva Shakti, Swayambhulinga, and the Bhogamurtis are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiment and representative of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, declare truth that the Abhishekam I am offering will directly reach the cosmic source of energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, declare truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes, let us now begin the rituals of the Rudrabhishekam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलधृतकस्तूरी तिलकः स्फुरन्मालादारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः ददानो दुष्टारं शिरसि पनिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषां वरुणगिरियोगी विजयते आचम्य सकलीकृत्य सामान्यर्घ्यं संकल्प्य ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय ॐ अथात्मानगुं शिवात्मानगुं श्रीरुद्ररूपं ध्यायेत् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काशं त्रिनेत्रं पञ्चवक्त्रकं गङ्गाधरं दशभुजं सर्वाभरणभूषितं नीलग्रीवं शशाङ्काङ्कं नागयज्ञोपवीतिनं व्याघ्रचर्मोत्तरीयं च वरेण्यमभयप्रदं कमण्डलवक्षसूत्राणां धारिणं शूलपाणिनं ज्वलन्तं पिङ्गलजटाशिखामुद्योतधारिणम् अमृतेनाप्लुतं शान्तं दिव्यभोगसमन्वितं दिग्देवतासमायुक्तं सुरासुरनमस्कृतं नित्यं च शाश्वतं शुद्धं ध्रुवमक्षरमव्ययं सर्वव्यापिनमीशानं रुद्रं वै विश्वरूपिणम् एवं ध्यात्वा द्विजः सम्यक् ततो यजनमारभेत् प्रजनने ब्रह्मास्तिष्ठतो पादयोर्विष्णुस्तिष्ठतो हस्तयोर्हरस्तिष्ठतो बाह्वोरिन्द्रस्तिष्ठतो जठरे अग्निस्तिष्ठतो हृदये शिवस्तिष्ठतो कण्ठे वसवस्तिष्ठन्तो वक्त्रे सरस्वती तिष्ठतो नासिकयोर्वायुस्तिष्ठतो नयनयो चन्द्रादित्यौ तिष्ठेतां कर्णयो अश्विनौ तिष्ठेतां ललाटे रुद्रास्तिष्ठन्तो मूर्ध्न्यादित्यास्तिष्ठन्तो शिरसि महादेवस्तिष्ठतो शिरसि शिखायां वामदेवस्तिष्ठतो पृष्ठे पिनाकी तिष्ठतो पुरतः शूली तिष्ठतो पार्श्वे शिवाशङ्करौ तिष्ठेतां सर्वतो वायुस्तिष्ठतो ततो बहिः सर्वतोऽग्निर्ज्वालामाला परिवृतस्तिष्ठतो सर्वेष्वङ्गेषु सर्वा देवता यथास्थानं तिष्ठन्तो मां रक्षन्तु अग्निर्मे वाजिश्रितः वाग्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि वायुर्मे प्राणे श्रितः प्राणो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि सूर्यो मे चक्षुषि श्रितः चक्षुर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि चन्द्रमा मे मनसि श्रितः मनो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि दिशो मे श्रोत्रे श्रुताः श्रोत्रगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आपो मे रेतशुश्रिताः रेतो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पृथिवी मे शरीरे श्रिताः शरीरगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ओषधिवनस्पतयो मे लोमशुश्रिताः लोमानि हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ईश इन्द्रो मे बले श्रुतः बलगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पर्जन्यो मे मूर्ध्नि श्रितः मूर्धा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ईशानो मे मन्युश्रितः मन्युर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आत्मनि श्रुतः आत्मा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पुनर्म आत्मा पुनरायुरागात् पुनः प्राणः पुनराकूतमागात् वैश्वानरो रश्मिभिर्वावृदानः अन्तस्तिष्ठत्वमृतस्य गोपाः अस्य श्रीरुद्राध्याय प्रश्नमहामन्त्रस्य अघोरऋषिः अनुष्टुप् छन्दः शङ्करशरमूर्तिस्वरूपो योऽसावादित्यः परमपुरुषस्य एष रुद्रो देवता नमः शिवायेति बीजं शिवतरायेति शक्तिः महादेवायेति कीलकं श्रीशाम्बसदाशिवप्रसादसिद्ध्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः ॐ अग्निहोत्रात्मने अङ्गुष्ठाभ्यां नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने तर्जनीभ्यां नमः चातुर्मास्यात्मने मध्यमाभ्यां नमः निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने अनामिकाभ्यां नमः ज्योतिष्ठोमात्मने कनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः सर्वक्रत्वात्मने करतलकरपृष्ठाभ्यां नमः अग्निहोत्रात्मने हृदयाय नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने शिरसे स्वाहा चातुर्मास्यात्मने शिखायै वषटे निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने कवचायुहुं ज्योतिष्ठोमात्मने नेत्रत्रयाय वौषटे सर्वक्रत्वात्मने अस्त्राय फटे भूर्भुवस्वरोमदिग्बन्धः ध्यानम् आपातालनभस्थलान्तभुवनब्रह्माण्डमाविस्फुर ज्योतिस्फाटिकलिङ्गमौलिविलसत्पूर्वेन्दुवान्तामृतैः अस्तोकाप्लुतमेकमीशमनिशं रुद्रानुवाङ्काञ्जपन् ध्याये दीप्सितसिद्धये ध्रुवपदं विप्रोऽभिषिञ्चेच्छिवं ब्रह्माण्डव्याप्तदेहा भसितहिमरुचा भासमाना भुजङ्गैः कण्ठे कालाकबर्दा कलितशशिकलाश्चन्दकोदन्तहस्ताः त्रक्षा रुद्राक्षमालाः प्रकटितविभवा शाम्भवा मूर्तिभेदा रुद्रा श्रीरुद्रसूक्तः प्रकटितविभवा नः प्रयच्छन्तु सौख्यम् ॐ गणानां त्वा गणपतिगं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनं महागणपतये नमः सं च मे मयश्च मे प्रियं च मे नु कामश्च मे सौमनसश्च मे भद्रं च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविडं च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वं च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे न्यात्रं च मे सोश्च मे प्रसोश्च मे क्षीरं च मे लयश्च मृतं च मे मृतं च मे यक्ष्मं च मे नामयच्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वं च मे न मित्रं च मे भयं च मे सुखं च मे शयनं च मे सुषा च मे सुदिनं च मे ओम शांति शांति शांतिः अभिषेक आरंभः ओम ओम नमो भगवते रुद्राय ओम नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतो दैषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुत ते नमः या दैषशिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते तनुः शिवा सरव्या या तवतया नो रुद्रमडया या ते रुद्रशिवा तनोरघोरा पापकाशिनी तयानस्तनुभाषं समया गिरिहन्ता विचाकशीः यामिषं गिरिशन्तहस्ते विदर्श्यस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरुमाहिकं तेष्पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वत्सा त्वा गिरिजाच्छावदामसि कृतानस्तत्वमित्यपदे यक्ष्मकं सुमना असुत अध्यवोचति भक्ता प्रथमोऽधैर्योऽभिषक् अहीगिश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वा आशयातु धान्यः अधोव्यस्ताम्रो अर्णतबभ्रुष्टमङ्गलः ये क्षेमागुं रुद्रा अपितो दिक्षुश्रुता सहस्रशो वै शाकुं हेदहीमहे असोव्यो वसर्पति नीलस्तीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा अधुषन्नतहार्यः उदैनं विश्वाभूतानि सृष्टोमडयातिनः नमोऽस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीरुषे अतो ये अद्भुतत्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चतन्वनस्तुपयोरात्म्योऽद्या याचते हस्तैषवः पराता भगवोऽवप अवदद्युतनुत्सुकं सहस्राक्षुषुते श्रुते निशीर्यशल्यानां मुखा शिवो न सुमना भव विद्युक्तनस्कपर्दिनो विशल्यो भानवागुम् उत अनेतन्नस्ये शिव आपुरश्चनि सङ्गतिः याते हेतिर्मीदृष्टमहस्ते बभूव तेदनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्तमयक्ष्मया परिभुज नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधायानादताय विष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धर्मणे परिते धर्मणो हेतिरस्मान् गृणक्तु विश्वतः अधो य इषुदिष्टवारे अस्मन्निदे हितं शम्भवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय कृतार्थकाराय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय नित्यानन्दाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। नमो हिरण्यवाहवे सेनान्यदिशाञ्चपतये नमो नमो विश्वेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सत्सुन्दराय गृहीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमः पब्लुषाय व्याजनेनानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीते पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमः भवद्गृहेत्ये जगतां पतये नमो नमः रुद्राय प्रसादिने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्थपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमः मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमः भुवन्ते वारिवस्पताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चये घोषाय वन्देते पत्नीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीताय धावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमस्तहमानाय व्याजन व्याजनीनां पतये नमो नमः सुगुबानि जमिने तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषितुमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते तायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचैरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमस्त्रकाविभ्यो जिगागुं सद्योमुष्टां पतये नमो नमस्त्रमध्यानक्षान्तरभ्यः प्रकृतानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीष्णे गिरिक्राय क्रूजानां पतये नमो नमः विश्वद्योतन्वानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्योभृत्यभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो षद्योविद्यभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीने विषयानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्योजाकृत्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्तिश्चद्योदावद्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभिसभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः व्याजनीभ्यो विद्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगनाभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः वृत्तेभ्यो वृत्तपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः महद्यहर्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः रतिभ्यो रतेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः रतेभ्यो रतपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्थिभ्यो रतकालेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मालेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इष्टद्योतन्विसृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः मृगेभ्यः स्वनेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वभ्यः स्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पद्मतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च श्रीकण्ठाय च नमः कपद्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च तदन्मने च नमो गिरिशाय च विष्टाय च नमो वीरश्रमाय शेषमदे च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वृषीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृत्वने च नमो अव्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आसवे च गिराय च नमः श्रीव्याय च शीव्याय च ऊर्ण्याय च वष्ण्याय च नश्वतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो दुर्व्याय च हरण्याय च नमो दृष्णे च प्रमशाय च नमो धूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शिधुमते च नमः श्रीकृष्णे च वेत्सायिने च नमः स्वायधाय च रङ्गणे च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः भाग्याय च नीत्याय च नमः स्तोत्याय च रस्याय च नमः नाट्याय च वैकुण्ठाय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वष्ट्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वाक्याय च वेश्याय च नमः वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः साम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृङ्गाय च पद्मतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमः अग्रे वदाय च दूरे वदाय च नमो हस्रे रहनीयते च नमः विक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमः ताराय नमः शम्भवे च न्योभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च महेश्वराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः स्तेत्याय च कूल्याय च नमः भार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रकरणाय चोत्करणाय च नमः आचार्याय च लाड्याय च नमस्याय च धेन्याय च नमः तिगत्याय च प्रभाक्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रवद्याय च नमः किंशिलाय च क्षन्नाय च नमः कपतिने च पुलस्त्ये च नमः गोष्ट्याय च वृष्ट्याय च नमः कल्प्याय च ज्येष्ठ्याय च नमः भाग्याय च सुरेष्ठाय च नमः हृदयाय च महेश्याय च नमः पाकुण्ठव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुक्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय च लप्याय च नमः ऊर्ण्याय च सूर्ण्याय च नमः पर्णाय च वर्णसद्याय च नमः पगुर्मानाय च अभिघ्नते च नमः आकृते च प्रकृते च नमः वक्रिकेभ्यो देवानां संहृतेभ्यो नमः विक्षिणिकेभ्यो नमः वृत्तिनृत्येभ्यो नमः आनिर्मतेभ्यो नमः आमिपत्येभ्यः श्रापे अन्धसृपते दर्शनीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणाम् येषां पशूनां माभेर्मा रोमो येषां किंसुनामुक्ते या ते रुद्रशिवा तनो शिवा विश्वाहवेशिजी शिवा रुद्रशिवेशिजी ते नोमणि जीवते शिवागुं रुद्राय गन्धद्वारां धुरां दर्शां नित्यपुष्टाङ्करीषिणीं ईश्वरीगुं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्पये श्रियं गन्धान् धारयामि गन्धस्योपरि हर्द्रा कुङ्कुमचूर्णं समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि अथ धूपः ॐ धूर्वसि भूर्वधूर्वन्तं भूर्वतयो ओस्मान् भूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं भूर्वामस्तं देवानामधिपस्मितमं सप्रितमं जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमशेर्हविर्दानं त्रिसंहस्य माह्वा आमित्रस्य द्वाचक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मातं विकटा मा त्वाहिगुं शिशुम् ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाग्रापयामि अथ दीपः ॐ मुक्तिभ्यस्वजातवेदोपग्निर्जन्मम पशुभिश्चमह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिश मानोहिगं श्रेयस्जातवेदो कामस्त्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिभ्रतज्ञ आगहि श्रियामा परिपातय ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं दर्शयामि नैवेद्यम् ॐ मधुवातारुतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माद्वीर्नक्तन्त्वौषधीः मधुनक्तमुतौषधि मधुवर्पातिवविन्द्रजः मधुद्यौरस्वनः पिता मधुवा नो वनस्पतिर्मधुवा कुम्मस्तु सूर्यः माद्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः माधो 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 ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नीराजनम् ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा सन् राज्यो वासो मे नियजते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति एतावन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः त एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति तयेनं पुनः सुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः मङ्गलनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि क्षमा प्रार्थना जपं समर्प्य ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षच्छ भयशङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वम् इदं जगत् शिवो यदिति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. With this, we come to the end of the ritual of Rudrabhishekam. Thank you, Nityanandam.
जरा देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्ति धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति.
देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्ति धीरः तत्र न मुह्यति. This verse is the foundation of the thought trend evolved as Vedic tradition. Please understand. In the same manner, it takes on another body. The awakened one who knows this does not get perplexed. All of you, every day becoming old. Nobody wants to listen to this word. But the truth is truth. Every day you are aging. Even biology says every day some parts of your body is disappearing and new parts are getting created. Once in 365 days, your whole body is completely replaced. Every cell is replaced. Not even one cell remains as same after 365 days. But you don't feel the suffering of discontinuity from childhood to youth and youth to old age. Understand, it is not only in the physical level, even in the psychological level. You are not the same person who you were at the age of 25. You are not the same person who you were at the age of 7. Child is not youth. Youth is not old man. Old man was not youth, and youth was not a child. But you don't feel the suffering of discontinuity. You don't get perplexed by this change. Why? Because the percentage of change is negligible than the percentage of continuity. What you feel as you, with what you identify as you, in that the percentage of change is lot less than the percentage of continuity. You feel your body and mind, so in that the percentage of continuity is more stronger. The percentage of change very negligible. As I gave you the calculation yesterday, it is only 0.0027%. If I take human life as 100 years, at least supposed to be, if I take as 100 years, 0.0027% is the change you go through every day. You need to know one important fact. Even after your so-called death, for 3 months your hair and nail continues to grow. Your hair and nail continues to grow even after your so-called death. That is why whenever the Jiva Samadhis are created, they have the habit for till 3 months they will open again and shave it and cut the nail. When the masters leave the body in Jiva Samadhi, means they just keep the body, and the samadhi is built all around. They don't fill the samadhi with any other material, just body is kept. So the samadhi is opened, and cleaning the hair and cutting the nail is done for next 3 months. Body is constantly changing. Mind is constantly changing. But you don't get perplexed by the change, because what you feel as you, in that only 0.0027% change is happening. If you feel one hand is broken or one leg is broken, you get perplexed, because the change is too much now. It can be even 3% to 4%. See, when you are having bigger changes, you do get perplexed. So now the formula, the sutra, the truth, sacred secret, you need to understand from these verses. If you awaken your inner self, means if you understand with a simple understanding, you are not just body, mind, you are body, mind and spirit also. Many translators go on translating, you are not the body, you are the soul. I tell them, no, don't do that mistake. You are body also. You are mind also. But when you realize you are consciousness also, you are Atman also, the percentage of the body and the percentage of the mind becomes negligible. It is like you have a vast space. When you shift your cognizance about yourself, when you shift your understanding about yourself, when you perceive your higher existence, I tell you, even the death and birth is like everyday night falling asleep, morning waking up. Even the birth and death is like sleeping in the night and morning waking up. Unfortunately, human beings were so deluded. Human beings are so ignorant and deluded. Now, even every night sleeping and morning waking up has become almost like a death and birth. Gita is saying, let your death itself become like a sleep and waking up. But ordinary, ignorant mind has gone to the level, even the everyday sleeping has become like a death. There are so many people who can't even sleep. Understand, the cognizance you take about yourself is the root cause of all the joy and suffering you go through. Understand, life is imprisonment. You are caught. Nothing can be done about it. I am telling you the straight truth. The only thing we can do about it is unclutch and understand your consciousness. You are trying for freedom with wrong understanding. Change of place does not lead to freedom. Change of inner space leads to freedom. Continuity is the law even if you die. There can be thousands of realizations. Freedom from thousands of problems. The moment you understand the truth of continuity, nothing is going to discontinue. Everything continues to exist. To the detail of your experience, if you have felt money plays a major role in your life, that will continue after your death. If you feel your spiritual struggle plays a major role in your life, that will continue after your death. If you feel your relationships are important experiences in your life, that will continue even after your death. You will be associated with the same group of people again in some way till you realize the truth, till you experience the ultimate, till you liberate yourself. Continuity happens in all planes. Only when you have inner awakening, when your Kundalini is awakened, when you realize, when you take the right cognizance about yourself. I tell you, if you the moment you take the right cognizance about yourself, that your body, mind and spirit also, immediately Kundalini awakens in you and body starts levitating. Just this understanding is enough. You can try, just try to remember in your inner space, I am body, mind and something more, maybe conscious or spirit or the energy which makes me function. Suddenly the rush of energy, even the understanding can give you the experience of levitation. Nothing else is required, just the understanding.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nityananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nityananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nityananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
Just as the embodied one goes through tenderness of boyhood, bloom of youthfulness, and infirmity of old age in this body, in the same manner it takes on another body. The awakened one who knows this does not get perplexed by these changes. You don't worry when your boyhood turns into youthfulness, because you just know you are going to continue to exist. Then why do you worry when the old age turns into death and assuming another one body? Because you are afraid you may not continue. I tell you, anybody with a simple logic can see how can life end with one body? just to do this drama of 100 years, I don't think you need so many tools and weapons and instruments like a mind, intelligence, consciousness. No. The fear of discontinuity is only for those short-sighted fools. Please understand. Krishna is not promoting any religious concept or philosophy. He is not teaching any theology. He is talking to his close friend who is in a big crisis. He is counseling his personal friend who is in a big crisis. He is naturally not only honest, too straight. Come on, Arjuna. Just as the consciousness goes through the tenderness of the boyhood and bloom of the youthfulness and infirmity of old age in this body, in the same manner it takes another body. The awakened one who knows this does not get perplexed. I am not able to add one word in this verse and delete one word. There are many other translations which says very blindly, oh, just like a spirit passes through a childhood, youth and old age. No, the spirit does not pass through childhood, old age and youth. It goes through the tenderness of boyhood, bloom of youthfulness and infirmity of old age. Please understand, it goes through only the characters of boyhood, youthfulness and old age. The awakened one who knows this does not get perplexed by these changes. If there is a philosophy in this verse, I can expand and create a theology. Even if there is one small unnecessary thing stretching, I can create a hanger and hang all my coat. But here, Krishna is so straight. I can't hang any coat around it. I can't add any stories, anything to it. It is straight truth. I want all of you to understand. Drop all the fears you carry about the discontinuity. Whether the wealth, money you accumulated in the outer world, or the wealth, all the great qualities you accumulated in the inner world, does not get disconnected due to your death and next birth. First thing, please understand, there's a beautiful picture our research team has brought, maybe from ISKCON collection, the courtesy of ISKCON. Please understand, the sacred secrets from this great verse. First thing, you just move from one body to another body, just like how you move from boyhood to youth, from youth to old age. Same way you just move from old age to death, and death to again birth, next womb, next birth, and from birth again childhood, then youth. You don't lose anything. Understand? This is the first thing. Second thing, maybe you will believe this much. I think I don't lose my inner good qualities. The karma comes, the mental pattern comes with me, I know. But what will happen to all the wealth I created? Don't worry. You take birth again in the same family, same type of family. I don't want to say same family, same kind of family where the same amount of wealth is there. So don't think you will die as a billionaire and take birth roadside, live in slum. No. Neither the great qualities you accumulated in the inner world nor the wealth you accumulated in the outer world is lost by death. Understand? Same way, if you accumulated tremendous laziness in the inner world and poverty, which is side effect of the laziness in the outer world, even death cannot take that away from you. After death also that will continue to be with you. So if you want to transform your life, do it when you are alive. That is why I am saying suicide is not the way to escape from any problem. Just few days before, one of our ashramites' mother committed suicide. The ashramite ran to me and informed, this is what has happened, Swamiji. Immediately I connected with that soul. The person who committed suicide also has had my darshan. She was also devotee. When I connected, I saw she was crying to me profusely, saying that I had a tremendous pain. I don't know what to do. I thought I'll escape from the pain and committed suicide. Now I understand the pain is 1,000 times more, 1,000-fold more. I told her, Arey, you have done NSP and how many times I have told you? Suicide is a sin. She's telling, no, in the peak of the pain I forgot everything. I jumped. Anyhow, finally, because devotee, what to do? So on my special quota, I released. Of course, each incarnation have their own special quota. They can veto. And I released and said, anyhow, you have to take another one birth, but you will not hang without having the body. The ghost period, I can discount it. But you have to have one more birth, no doubt about it. That nothing can be done. I pushed her into another one body. Anyhow, she took another one body and now she is continuing her life. And again, I saw very clearly she is born with arthritis now. I could only do that much, that like a hanging over period. See, till her natural death time, she will be hanging around without a body. That will be too strong punishment. Too much. That period I reduced. She assumed a body, but already I saw she is having arthritis, means the whole body pain. Please understand, I am not telling you stories, I am revealing the sacred secrets to you. I am revealing the science of life and death to you. Gita should not be looked like a religious scripture belongs to a sect. Short-sighted people, fanatic people think Gita is a sectarian book, belongs to one sect. No. Gita is the book of universal sciences. I can tell you at least 100 important sciences necessary for you to live in this universe is described in Gita. At least 100 sciences. I can give you some example. Now in this sutra, the science of life and death,
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic Renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nityananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nityananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nityananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
Today we will enter into the 12th verse of second chapter, Sankhya Yoga.
न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपा न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वां नेमे जनाधिपा न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयं हतः परम्
Natvevaham jatunasam natvam neme janatipaha nachaiva na bhavishyamaha sarve vayamataparam. The translation says, there was not a time when in the past I did not exist, nor was there a time when you and these kings did not exist. There will neither be a time when all of us would cease to exist after this war. Krishna is straight away giving the truth. Please understand. You need to understand the context of this verse uttered. Blessed are those who listen to the great words intimately. Please understand. This is not an intellectual statement. Here, the close friend with whom Krishna grew together, the close friend is standing in depression and ready to do whatever you say, putting his whole life at risk. It is such an intimate moment. Understand, even ordinary man will not tell a lie in this situation. Person like Krishna, this is not a statement uttered by somebody sitting in a stage and to somebody who may not listen. Gita loses its grace when you speak from the stage to unknown people. Blessed are those who sit with the intimacy of Arjuna with me now. Sit with the feeling connection of Arjuna. You see, Arjuna is practically grew up together. Both of them have grew up together. Both of them are from the same Gurukul, Santipani. Both of them are from same Gurukul. They grew up together. I can say that it is an intimate moment, the situation of life and death. Not only Arjuna knows Krishna thoroughly, they were classmates and classmates, both. They were doing all good things together and naughty things together. Too close. that kind of a intimacy, personal connection, and he is in depression. And he says, I am your disciple, I listen to you, please instruct me. I am taken over by the suffering and confusion. Even ordinary people, I can say even worst people, will not talk, not only they will not talk anything wrong, they will not waste time beating around the bush. They will not be waste time beating around the bush at this kind of moments. I tell you, unless I make you understand the context, the power of these words, you won't understand. It's like somebody who lives with me for 50 years and takes care of me from morning till night, giving me food and taking care of my clothes and serving me. He knows my whole life. I don't need to prove to him I am God. Naturally, he also won't serve me if he is not convinced. That kind of person is so close. You see, unless you feel a strong feeling connection, unless that person also reciprocates that strong feeling connection, you can't live with somebody for 50 years and all. After all, it's not a marriage. It's a guru-disciple relationship. There is no compulsion to live. But somebody who lived like that with me, at the moment of death, he holds my hand and asks, when he is about to leave the body, he is asking me, Swamiji, give me one word which I can hold on and reach your feet when I leave the body. Will I have time to talk all nuisansical philosophy there? Will I have time to talk all nonsensical words there? It is such an intimate situation where I need to tell the truth exactly as it is. When a truth gets marketed, it becomes religion. When commercials are created and spread, naturally it becomes religion. Sometimes the worst part is when fanaticism is added, it became even terrorism. I wanted all of you to know the truth as it is too simple, but to listen to that, to imbibe that, you need simple feeling connection. Arjuna is going to take whatever Krishna says in face value. Arjuna is trusting Krishna's intelligence more than his logic. He just is desperate. He just wants the truth. Here, Arjuna does not even want a logical support of all the statements Krishna is making. He just wants straight guidance, instruction. That is why Krishna beautifully opens up and says, I tell you, this statement can never be logically proved. This can only be realized in intimacy. This can never become realization in any of you by logical conviction. No. It can only become realization in all of you by the personal, intimate feeling connection. Feeling connection is the ground where the seed becomes the tree. Not the logic. Feeling connection is the ground where if the seeds are sown, seeds of the truth, it becomes the reality of experience, the tree of experience. Here, Arjuna is having the tremendous feeling connection. There were two enlightened masters in a small village. One achieved enlightenment through Advaita, the monistic philosophy, non-dualistic philosophy. Other one achieved enlightenment through the bhakti. So both of them were staying in the same village. Of course, they did not have any big conflict, but both of them will always be playing with each other, trying to prove the greatness of the path they traveled. So one day this first guy, the Advaiti, he went and wrote in the temple wall in a big way, Soham, means I am that. This Bhakta, who achieved enlightenment through the dualistic path, he went and just added one letter, Da. It became Dasoham. I am your servant. But these Advaitis are always clever. Next day, he went again and put the word Sa in front of the Sadasoham. Always I am that. Dvaitis may not be clever, but they will always have that fanatic perseverance. They will not give up. They will have the tremendous passions. Again this fellow went and put one more, Dasa Dasoham. He put the letter Da. Then it became Dasa Dasoham. But naturally, Advaiti is not going to keep quiet. He went and put one more Sa, Sada Sadasoham. It goes on and on and on. But I tell you, as knower of both joys, please understand, I am not the knower of the both joys only in the ultimate space. See, in the ultimate space, both are one and the same. That is different. I am knower of both the joys from the A to Z. Understand? When you start as an Advaiti and travel as an Advaiti, end as an Advaiti, all the joys and sufferings you face, when you start as a Dvaiti, Bhakta, devotee, travel as a devotee and achieve the ultimate, in that journey also, all the joys and pains you face, I have seen both completely from A to Z. Understand? From my experience, I tell you, nothing like the taste of Dasoham. The receptive, being a receiver, nothing compared to the taste of that. See, ultimately it is one. But when you are traveling, the journey is so sweet with the mood of receiver. In the tremendous feeling connection Krishna is uttering, there was not a time when in the past I did not exist.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं। जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकम्।
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఈ శతాబ్దపు మరువలేని పోలికలేని ఒక ఆధ్యాత్మిక శక్తి, ఒక అంతర్జాతీయ సాంఘిక ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రభంజనాన్ని స్థాపించిన ఒక అద్భుత శక్తి, వైదిక ధర్మాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి ఉద్భవించిన ఒక చైతన్య శక్తి. ఆయన అతి పవిత్రమైన తిరువణ్ణామలై క్షేత్రంలో జన్మించారు. ఒక యోగిగా జన్మించి తనలో సహజంగానే పొంగి పొర్లే ఆధ్యాత్మికతను కోట్ల మందికి పంచుతూ స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చే ఒక అమోఘ శక్తి. అతి పురాతనమైన యోగా విద్యలో ప్రావీణ్యం కలిగి ఆధ్యాత్మిక శాస్త్రాన్ని క్షుణ్ణంగా పరిశోధన చేసిన ఒక మహాద్భుతమైన అంతఃప్రపంచపు పరిశోధకులు, ఆత్మజ్ఞానాన్ని ప్రసాదించే గురువులు. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఆయన జ్ఞానామృతాన్ని, ఆనందం వెదజల్లే ఆయన చిరునవ్వుని, తిరుగులేని ఆయన దీక్ష యొక్క శక్తిని 1 కోటికి పైగా ఉన్న ఆయన శిష్యులకు పంచుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మీరు జీవన్ముక్తులుగా జీవించడానికి తోడ్పడే పరిష్కారాలను మీకు అందజేస్తున్నారు. ఒక మరువలేని ఆధ్యాత్మిక అనుభవం కొరకు మమ్మల్ని వెంటనే సంప్రదించండి.
వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం. సర్వధర్మ ప్రణేతారం సచ్చిదానంద రూపిణం వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం. వేద వేదాంత సంవేద్యం దేవదేవీ స్వరూపిణం వందే వటపలాశిస్థం.
Krishna, with a smile as though reminding him that he is not conscious of the truth, said these words to Arjuna, who was in sorrow, standing between the two armies. It's again a description, the verse which describes the scene. Here the word Bharata, through this word he is addressing Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra is from the Bharata Vamsa, Bharata's lineage. So he is saying, O Bharata, the indweller of all beings, Krishna, with a smile, said these words to Arjuna, who was in sorrow, standing between the two armies. It's a description of the whole scene. Only when you stand between the two armies, you can see both sides. If you are already on one side, you can't see both sides. Only if you are standing between the good and bad, you can see both. If you are already on the side of the good, you will not know all the bad things happens because of good. If you are already on the side of bad, you will not know all the good things happen by the bad. It's not that all the things of the good is always good, all the things of the bad is always bad. Only when you are standing in between, you can see both. Otherwise, naturally, the confusion is the quality of your decision. Please understand, if you are on side, the confusion takes over you. Any decision you make in confusion naturally ends in a huge suffering. Even in your life, don't stand at any side. Whenever there is a war, of course, your whole life is a war. At least 10 Mahabharata war happens in your 24 hours. Don't jump to conclusion, rush, making decision. Small story. Husband calls home and the maid answers the phone. He says, "Can I speak to my wife?" She says, "No, she's upstairs in the bed with her boyfriend." He says, "Okay, go to the hall closet, take out my gun, go upstairs, shoot them both." Being a very loyal maid, she says, "Okay," and she picks up the phone after 5 minutes and says, "Okay, they are both dead. What should I do with the dead body?" He says, "Throw them in the pool and I will take care of them when I get home." She says, "We don't have a pool." He asks, "Is this 5555123 4?" In hurry, sometimes you don't know. So don't make decisions in confusion and hurry. Stand between the good and bad. Only then you will be able to see both. This loyal maid, from her side, what she thought as good, she went ahead. But good as a four-leg, always look down whether all that four legs are on proper basement. Sometime the good may be standing, lifting two legs. In that two legs, maybe bad is sitting below the legs. It is not that all good are always good, all bad are always bad. Having little patience is really important. Till now, he was not expressing his avataric mission, the incarnation hood. First, he was silent, like a psychiatric doctor, listening. Then, he was uttering 2-3 words like a friend. Then, only when Arjuna said, "Sishyasteham, I am your disciple," he is up and is expressing his Gurudam. Understand? When there is enough of disciplehood I am using the word disciplehood, not enough disciples. There can be 10,000 disciples, but only one unit of disciplehood. There can be only one disciple, but 10,000 unit of disciplehood. Means the receptivity, disciplehood. When there is enough disciplehood, then lands an incarnation. If there are too many disciples but less disciplehood, an incarnation cannot express his purpose.
కల్పతరు మీలోని కుండలిని శక్తిని తెలుసుకోగల ఒక ప్రత్యేక కార్యక్రమము కల్పతరు. పూర్తిగా ఒకరోజు జరిగే ఈ కార్యక్రమములో ఆరోగ్యకరమైన అద్భుతమైన మార్పును పొందగలరు. అవతారమూర్తి పరమహంస నిత్యానంద స్వామి వారి ఆశీస్సులను ప్రత్యేకంగా పొందగల కార్యక్రమం కల్పతరు. కుండలిని అంటే ఏమిటి? కుండలిని అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరిలోనూ దాగి ఉన్న అద్భుత శక్తి. కుండలిని శక్తి ఒక ధ్యానోదయమైన గురుదేవుల దీక్షతో చైతన్యపరచవచ్చు. ఈ కుండలిని శక్తి మీ జీవితంలో అన్ని దశలలోనూ అభివృద్ధికరమైన మార్పులను తేగలిగే శక్తి. అది మీలో ఆరోగ్యాన్ని, ఐశ్వర్యాన్ని, విజయాన్ని, ఆనందాన్ని, ఆధ్యాత్మిక ధ్యానోదయాన్ని కలిగిస్తుంది. ప్రతి వారాంతములో కల్పతరు కార్యక్రమం బిడిది ఆశ్రమంలో నిర్వహించబడును. మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించవలసిన చిరునామా నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం, నిత్యానంద నగర్, బిడది 562109, బెంగళూరు. ఫోన్ చేయవలసిన నంబరు 095500000550 లేదా 096185190701. మా వెబ్సైట్ www.nityananda.org.
See, for you to dance, you need a stage. For an incarnation to land and express the energy, you need real people filled with the disciplehood, being a disciple, being a receiver. People who are completely in receptivity. Only enough of people who are filled with receptivity. Even Master expresses his Gurudam, his great energy. So even for incarnation to express what he wants to express, proper disciples who are having the disciplehood, who are really in the mood of receiving, are required. Basic truth. Gita comes out only when the disciples are ready to receive, not till then. So Bhagavan starts speaking. You are grieving for those for who are not to be grieved for. You are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. What a words. Krishna just gives one statement. He is saying, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. You are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. He straight away comes to the truth about the life and death. He says, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. See, you should not understand this word in an ordinary sense, like you are grieving for your enemies who are ready to kill you. It's an ordinary meaning. But if you see the next words, Krishna is uttering, I don't see he means in ordinary sense. You are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. And you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for whose life has not departed. He is using a beautiful word. What do you mean by alive and dead? Let me define life. If your inner consciousness is awakened and goes on accumulating layers and layers of maturity, wisdom by the rolling of time. It is life, good or bad, layers of engrams makes you tired and old. Are you aging or growing? There are two different things. Aging, growing. If you are unconsciously, without any awareness, hitting time, any experience happens is accident. One guy goes to his boss and says, "Sir, now I am married, increase my salary." The employer says, "Factory is not responsible for the accidents happen outside." A patient goes to hospital with bleeding head. Nurse is getting the details from him. Your name? Patient gives the name Santa. Nurse, birth date. Nurse is asking birth date. The patient gives the name, the date. And nurse asks, married? The patient says, no, car accident. Unconsciously, any encounter with the time is accident. Your very existence is accident. You are either already dead or waiting to die. That's it. There are millions of people who are already dead but not buried. These dead, not buried, they are only called bhutas. Krishna says, you are grieved for these people who are asuras, rakshasas. You are not to be grieved for these people.
Because 2000 crore loss. I have decided that I myself going personally sitting in Pondicherry and going to do the relief work.
We are expected to reach at least 1 lakh people per day. You need to at least stop the breathing, only then you can bury them. You can't directly bury. And so many millions of people, you will not even have time to bury. So you only have to give a mass, do a mass cremation. So you can't do mass cremation if they have the capacity to run. See, Krishna is not asking Arjuna to kill them. He says they are all already dead, just help me to stop their running so that I can do the mass cremation. End of the Mahabharata, that's what was done. The mass cremation was done. They are all already dead. None of them had inner awakening except Bhishma. Only Bhishma is the person who had inner awakening, and he did not die in the war. He was put in deathbed, but he died only when he wanted. After the war was over, 56 days, he was lying on the deathbed in the war field. Only when the Uttarayana Punyakala started, he left the body. Krishna says, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. And you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. There are many reasons to consider who is alive and who is dead. People who encounter the time with awareness every moment does not accumulate engrams. They accumulate maturity. Maximum time you are living inside your flesh and bones, see, you are becoming mature. Either you grow or you age. Both does not happen simultaneously. One couple lived together for 60 years without a single argument. Their secret is they shared the same hearing aid. Both can't hear the same time. Same way, either you age or you grow. Both can't happen at the same time. Living by aging or living by growing. People have their own reasons to live, their own reasons to love, their own reasons to be alive. A girl fell in love with a boy at second sight because at first sight she did not know he has a Rolls Royce. People have their own reason to fall in love, live. The engram-based love, engram-based life is not living. Krishna starts with a beautiful statement. See, the statement is so precise. I am not able to expand on the statement. I am not able to even comment on the statement. I only have to just repeat. He is so clear. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. He is not even using the word dead, live. He is using the word life has departed or not departed. If you are growing, even death is life for you. Just a different part of your life. If you are aging, even life is a death for you. I know how many millions are dead but having big houses. Tomb with a key. You can't say they have houses. Tomb with a key. See, look back. How many of your houses have almost become like a graveyard? Silent. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Only those few steps, the late night, coming and slowly sneaking into the bed. And morning, neither he is there nor she is bothered.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवकुतोदयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या च यशः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनु शिवा शरव्याया तपतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्रशिवा तनोरघोरपापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्ष्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां गुरुमाहि गुंसेः पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो वृषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यातुत्राण्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुणपुत भभ्रस्सु मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्र अमितो दिक्षु श्रुता सहस्रशो वै शागुं हेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा
Life is a long examination. Whether you face it without engrams, every moment you face it without engrams is a success. Every moment you face with engrams is a failure. It's a long examination. I read a one-liner about examination. 3 ways to write exam. Look up for inspiration, look down for concentration, look around for information. For life also it is same. Look up for inspiration, look down for concentration, look around for information. Life is a long examination where every moment you spend with awareness, you are winning the game. Every moment you spend with unawareness, you lose the game. You are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for, and you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. Whether you are with the body or without the body, wise never grieve for anybody. If somebody is wise, they know man whose inner awakening has happened, even if he is without the body, he is only growing. Man whose inner awakening has not happened, even is with the body, is only aging. So, they don't grieve for those who has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. I think it is such a strong line. Thousands of meanings can be given to this line. Thousands of interpretations can be done to this line. I think thousands of times this line has to be repeated again and again internally. This line has to be repeated again and again and again in every situation of our life. So we understand every moment we spend with awareness is the moment you are growing. Start creating a diary for yourself. Today, how many hours I grew, how many hours I aged. If you count, every day morning 5 hours you grow during the sadhana. And after that, almost all the hours you age. Remember, every moment, are you growing or aging? Growing or aging? You are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for, and you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. I leave you all with this one word, so that whole day you contemplate on this one word. Close your eyes and just sit with this one thought.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic Renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nityananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nityananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nityananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना.
So let us enter into the next verse, 11th verse in second chapter, Sankhya Yoga.
श्री भगवानुवाच अशोच्यानन्वशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाषसे अशोच्यानन्वशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाषसे गतासून गतासूंश्च नानुशोचन्ति Pandita.
Bhagavan said, now Bhagavan starts Bhagavad Gita. Krishna just gives one statement and the whole Bhagavad Gita is going to expand that statement. That's it. He's saying, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. You are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. He straight away comes to the truth about the life and death. He says, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. See, you should not understand this word in an ordinary sense, like you are grieving for your enemies who are ready to kill you. It's an ordinary meaning. But if you see the next words, Krishna is uttering, I don't see, he means. In ordinary sense, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for, and you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for whose life has not departed. He is using a beautiful word. What do you mean by alive and dead? Let me define life. If your inner consciousness is awakened and goes on accumulating layers and layers of maturity, wisdom, by the rolling of time, it is life. Please understand. If your inner consciousness is not awakened, passing of the time adds layers and layers of engram in you. Good or bad, layers of engrams makes you tired and old. Are you aging or growing? There are two different things. Aging, growing. If you are unconsciously, without any awareness, hitting time, any experience happens is accident.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nityananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nityananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nityananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी
आपूर्यमाणम् अचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत्.
Let's enter into today's subject. 8th verse in 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Sankhya Yoga.
न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्यात् यच्छोकमुच्चोषणमिन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमावसपट्नं वृद्धं राज्यं सुराणामपि चाधिपत्यम्.
Even if I gain a thriving kingdom that has no rival on this earth, and even lordship over the gods, I surely do not see how that can destroy this deep anguish that is sparching my sense organs. Wow. First time Arjuna is talking intelligently. Understand? The moment you surrender, the first thing happens to you. The moment you become disciple, you find the right problem. Understand? Till now, Arjuna was talking different problems. All are his engrams, not real problems. The moment he said, I am your disciple, he is talking about real problem. I think the power of the engram over Arjuna has mellowed down. Please understand. All these verses he uttered earlier. All these verses in that he was talking, oh, how can I kill my father? How can I kill my mother? How can I? Swajanam, swajanam, swajanam. And what will happen to the Pitrus? What will happen to the communities? What will happen to the Rajyam? What will happen to the society? What will happen to humanity? All kinds of engram-based ideas. The engrams which was put inside. He is talking out of that. Talking about that. Please understand. Till you are experiencing the sufferings because of engram, you will not find the original suffering. I tell you, original suffering is what is described very beautifully in some of the Christian saints' life as dark night of the soul. The first step is finding the right problem. Here, Arjuna finds right problem. He is not stuck with engram-based problems. He is coming to the true problem. As long as you are suffering with engram-based problems, you cannot experience, catch the real problem. Understanding the real problem is what is described in Christian theology as dark night of the soul. See, there are some people, if they are in depression, I won't even care. Because it is not a real problem, it is an engram-based problem. If I care, they will realize, they will start building one more engram. Oh, if we suffer, Swamiji will give attention. It will become one more engram. No, I won't even bother. But there are some problem. Even if there is a small depression, I'll directly attend. If the depression is due to real problem, what Arjuna is now going through, he is suddenly looking beyond. Even if I give this whole kingdom and Lord of the gods, Krishna, I don't see the anguish parching my sense organs. He realized the suffering has no reason. As long as you associate some reason for your suffering, you are misguided. You are running in the wrong direction. You have not diagnosed yourself properly. When you understand there is no reason for suffering, suffering is. Your existence is suffering. Your existence is suffering to express your existence to your existence. It is like you are suppressed inside you, and the suppressed you is trying its best to break free from that suppression and express itself to you. Suffering is not due to some reason. All your effort to find some reasons for suffering is only you yourself trying to miss the real life. Suddenly Arjuna is realizing his sufferings are not due to any reason. Whether he wins or loses, even if he wins and gets control over all the worlds and gods, he feels how is the anguish that is parching my sense organs are going to be healed. He realizes the original suffering. When you start suffering and trying to identify some engrams, some reason for the suffering, if you did not find the reason, you are blessed, then you will realize suffering has no reason. It has no reason. It has no reason. Your existence is suffering. The cosmic existence is suffering to express its existence through your existence. It's like a child trying to come out of mother's womb. The enlightenment is trying to come out of you. When a mother who is delivering a baby tries to find any reason for her pain or suffering, if she feels, oh, maybe I hit my hand yesterday, that is why I am having suffering, okay, that can be reason for the pain you feel in your fingers. What about the reason for the pain you feel in your leg? Because when you are delivering a baby, your whole body is going to experience that agony, that anguish. What about the pain you feel in your head? Maybe you can say, no, I was hitting my head so hard on the bed, that is why I am feeling. Okay, what about the pain you are feeling in your stomach? Pain is reasonless all over your existence, just like mother who is delivering, trying to diagnose her pain as a pain in the little finger, or pain in the back, or pain in the head, or pain in the feet. Any reason she discovers for her pain, any diagnosis she makes for her pain, will be wrong diagnosis and misleading. Same way, any reason you find for your anguish, for your suffering, will be misleading. Because just like baby is trying to deliver itself, come out of you, the cosmos is trying to deliver itself through you. Till you let that happen, you are going to carry that anguish. That suffering is going to be there. If If you try to find any reason for your suffering, you will take revenge on that reason. Taking revenge on the wrong reasons continuously is what I call punarapi maranam, punarapi jananam. Birth and death and birth and death and birth and death. If you wrongly identify your husband as a reason for your anguish, you will start taking revenge on him. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why do so many women want same husband for next life also? I said, maybe they don't want to waste the time they took for training him. The time they spent training him in one life. Why waste training period? If you find your boss as a reason for your suffering, again and again you will take birth to take revenge on him. If you find your relationships as a reason for your suffering, you will again and again take birth to take revenge on them. If you find human society as a reason for your suffering, you will again and again take birth and become a terrorist to take revenge on them. Incarnation is almost like a 10,000-year-old soul. The soul which has an intelligence of 10,000-year-old, please understand, I'll call a soul as a soul when it has become an independent, awakening energy. Like a Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. Now any incident happens in front of his life, he collects only the lesson from that. When your experiences become reality, emotions become reality, without you taking wrong cognizance and wrong actions due to the wrong cognizance, you are already having Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata, the individual soul awakening, the inner awakening has happened. I can tell you, the whole Bhagavad Gita, Krishna does just this one job, removing the idea somebody is responsible for Arjuna's suffering from Arjuna and making Arjuna take right cognizance, stopping him taking the wrong cognizance. You see, if Arjuna takes cognizance that somebody is responsible for his suffering, like all the people, friends who are standing in front of him, or the Krishna who is asking him to wage the war, or blaming himself who has taken all the foolish vows in front of public, I will kill all these fellows, I will kill Karna, I will do this, I will do that. These are the vows Arjuna took in front of public. So now either he has to keep up that vow or live in a defamed way. So naturally he will try to blame himself. Please understand, even blaming yourself is wrong cognizance. The whole Gita, Krishna does only one job, telling Arjuna not to take wrong cognizance and letting Arjuna's suffering remain as original suffering and evolve itself to its Anandagandha so that just action happens. It becomes reality without Arjuna taking wrong cognizance. When you stop taking cognizance of any particular reason for your suffering, the maturity of the soul starts. The dark night of the soul starts. The dark night of the soul should not be understood in a wrong way. Please understand. It's a tremendous depression filling your whole being, but should not be taken in the wrong sense. It is like a delivery pain. Delivery pain should not be taken as inauspicious. It's an auspicious experience to bring one more life to planet Earth. Same way, the dark night of the soul is the auspicious expression to bring one more enlightened being to the planet Earth. I can say, the day you experience the dark night of the soul, the maturity of the soul starts. The counter starts. Yes, one day your soul is matured, 2 days your soul is matured. Then you only receive lessons. And I wanted to leave you all with this one truth today. Stop taking wrong cognizance for your sufferings. Your existence is suffering till enlightenment. Because the cosmic existence is struggling through your existence to express its existence. So don't take wrong cognizance. Your family is not responsible for your suffering. Your friends are not responsible for your suffering. Your enemies are not responsible for your suffering. Not even human society is responsible for your suffering. You are suffering because you are suffering. Cosmos is trying to express its existence through your existence. You are going through a delivery pain. Don't curse the nurse. Don't curse your husband who made you pregnant. Don't curse the bed. Don't curse the hospital who is taking care of you. And don't take wrong cognizance.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
I can say is the last bliss you can experience in the inner journey. After this, no more bliss. I tell you, even enlightenment is beyond bliss. There the idea, bliss, joy, suffering, all that disappears. You get into the different spectrum. Of course, I am not saying it is boring. Enlightenment is not a boring spectrum, but there is no bliss as such what you perceive. Even when I get into samadhi, there is no bliss for me inside. But the way the energy expresses, you feel I am in bliss. But inside, the idea of even bliss does not exist. It is something which can't be described, that's it. The last bliss, the ultimate bliss, the final bliss you experience is that space of being a disciple. I tell you, enjoy in itself, don't miss it. You may lose it after enlightenment. And I tell you, you will really, really miss it, even after enlightenment. I tell you, just sitting, simply, and listening. Readiness to listen. Understand, it is not a joke. In billions of people on the planet Earth, blessed are those who have the readiness to listen in their heart. Please understand. I am not even saying you should listen to me and all that. I am not even saying being my disciple. I am just saying being a disciple, being a receiver is a joy. Even if you are a disciple of an ordinary stone or a tree, it is okay. It's a joy to be sitting and just melting, listening some words and missing some words, heart melting, eyes pouring, muscles melting like ice cream, the throat choking, hair standing on the end, body losing its feeling of being possessed by ego. See, the joy of receptivity, the reception, receiving, when it is experienced in your biomemory, the body loses the feeling of being possessed. See, all the time you feel your body is being possessed by ego, sitting and not feeling possessed by the ego. See, when your ego possesses your body, your whole body will be stressed, heavy. But when you really sit and melt, the very idea of you being possessed by ego disappears, dissolves. I can say that is the most ultimate auspicious thing you can enjoy in the planet Earth in your whole journey. Because after this, only enlightenment. That will not be a joy or bliss, and you will be in a different spectrum where the enjoyment idea, concept disappears. So understand, if you are sitting in front of the master and feeling your whole muscles are melting like ice cream, and you don't feel being possessed by your ego, the tension, usually it will start from the navel till the throat, like being possessed by the ego. If you are relaxed from that and your foolish logic is not working, when the tight holding logic relaxes its declaration of power over your body, see that ego constantly declares its power over your body, its power over you, your muscles. When you sit and melt, at least for a few hours, you melt like ice cream. The declaration of the power over your ego relaxes, disappears. I tell you, if you experience that disciplehood, the joy of being receptive, you are tasting the ultimate. Forget about all your desires, all other desires. Anything else will be lower than this. Whether having Miss Universe as your mistress, or largest palace as your house, or having name and fame, or the ultimate powers in your hand, everything will be less than the joy of being a disciple, being receptive, where your muscles are not feeling being possessed by your ego, where even inside your bone marrow you feel the sweetness, restful awareness. Peace without feeling heavy. Peace without brooding over on some worries. Just being a disciple, just melting.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
smoking. First you start enjoying, then that starts enjoying you. Life with addiction is such a abusive way of living. I tell you, with the same pattern, when you live life, you are not living life. That pattern is swallowing your life. There are thousands of people, I can say billions, not even millions or thousands and a small number, billions of people on planet Earth who are already dead but not yet buried. Guruna hatva hi mahanubhavan shreyo bhoktum vaikshyam abhiha loke hatvartha kamansta gurunyahaiva. Arjuna is becoming more suicidal. He is uttering again and again the same thing. Please understand, you will utter again and again same words only if you are not confident about the logic with which you are arguing. If you are not confident about the strength of the logic, you will go on be saying the same thing. Here, Arjuna feels his argument has no strength and his logic has no strength. So he goes on repeating. I can say, even he is not able to understand his hypocrisy. Even he is not able to catch how the hypocrisy is eating his life. Shreyo bhoktum. He says it is better to enjoy life bhaikshyam, by begging. This guy thinks begging is that easy. He needs to know the fellow who is with so much of ego can never be a beggar. And he thinks himself as too much. See, here the whole problem is, he is afraid he will lose in the war. He may not be thinking he will get killed, but he feels if he loses the war and still lives, all the fellows will laugh at him. That's too much. It is just the fear of losing ego. I don't think this fellow will be afraid to die because he's a Kshatriya and his life is waging war. He will not bother to see his own blood, but he is bothered that he may not get killed, but he will lose the war. Then how is he going to handle? That is too much. That is too much for Arjuna. That is why he just wants a graceful exit. Understand, life has no graceful exit. The moment you assume human body, either you play till the end or you exit as covered. There is no graceful exit. The graceful exit only exists in dictionary. In reality, all exits are disgraceful. Understand, do not try to exit from life. Life is an eternal expansion, and you don't need to. Not only do not, you don't need to. All method to exit from life is lowering the value of life. I tell you, Any truth makes you understand the value of life, expands your consciousness. And it is a direct method for enlightenment. Even a simple thing, if walking 10 steps is going to make you breathe more easily, understand it is method for enlightenment. If bending your body is going to make you live pain-free, more comfortably within your body, understand it is a method for enlightenment. Anything which expands you is method for enlightenment, method for Jivan Mukti, the ultimate freedom, the ultimate realization. Any method you try to exit from life is lower estimating, putting the life, underestimating the life. Don't underestimate life. Underestimating life is a sin. All exit is a sin. If you undervalue, underestimate your life, then somewhere something wrong is happening. If your mind is undervaluing, underestimating life, I'm telling you, you are caught somewhere very seriously. And it is sin. It is sin. In this whole situation, the way Arjuna is speaking, the amount of suicidal tendencies built in him, and another one important thing you need to know, when you are having depression or suicidal tendencies, if you are verbalizing it again and again, it will become a strong experience in you. Understand? In the higher spectrum of consciousness, if you don't verbalize, any happening in you will become experience. In the lower spectrum of consciousness, if you verbalize it more and more, it will become experience. Depression. If you are again and again repeating, I am depressed, I don't know what to do, it will become an experience in you. But enlightenment, if you are having first level of samadhi, if you don't verbalize even internally and just be a witness, you will be led to the next level of samadhi. Even there, you are not trying to verbalize it and do a package and hold. You are just witnessing, unclutched. Then, next level of samadhi. Understand, the samadhi, the higher spectrum of conscious experiences, happens in you more and more when you verbalize less and less. But the lower spectrum experiences like depression, suicidal tendencies, schizophrenia, these things happen in you more and more when you verbalize more and more.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nityananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nityananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nityananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Indulging in weakness is worse than death. That is why in Vedic tradition death is not described like a villain. Even Yama, only in the modern day cinemas, is described like a villain. Originally the very word Yama means set of understandings, flowing. Yamaha means flowing, the regulations, the rule. The very word clearly describes Yama, rule, flowing. So it is indulgence in weakness which is a real villain in your life, not death. Indulgence in weakness is the worst thing that can happen to your consciousness. First thing, the first word, Krishna starts with stop, abandon this indulgent weakness. Stop indulging in weakness. Smagama, yielding. For weakness. The very word Yama describes flow of life. Flow. Understand, every time when your Kundalini is awakened, your body levitates, what you gain is a property for you. Never gets lost. Never you lose it. Every time, every day it is getting added. Anything happens during business hours counts. When you are encouraging the spiritual happenings in you, it directly raises you towards expansion. Death is not destruction, but cherishing the weakness is destruction. The word yama itself clearly gives you the understanding. Flow, rule. Word itself can give a meaning. I was reading a one-liner. Mistress is the right word for many people. Wife is a mistress. Miss for 1 hour. Stress for remaining 23 hours. Krishna says, abandon this indulgent weakness. Understand, cherishing weakness, enjoying weakness, addiction, like alcohol, drugs. Indulging in weakness can destroy your whole span of living beyond life and death. Addicted to drugs and alcohol can destroy you only in first spectrum, means the physical layer. But addiction to the weakness, indulging in weakness can destroy you in the fifth layer, causal layer. So this will become a deep rooted cancer. Addiction to weakness, indulgence to weakness, indulging in weakness will make you lose the ability to enjoy life. Understand? The capacity to enjoy life is lost when you indulge in weakness. Indulgence in weakness makes you lose the capacity to live. You can't understand. Many times you can't bear happiness. The recent studies on stress, I was reading a research paper on stress. They call stress as two types, one distress and another one eustress, eustress. I was wondering, what is this eustress? They call it good stress. Even while Arjuna is addressing the Bhagavan, he is always bringing him down to his level. He is saying, Vasudeva, Govinda, Janardana, Madhusudana. When Arjuna looks at Krishna, he looks at Krishna as his level. He is reducing him to an ordinary soul. See, all these words, names, like Madhava, Madhusudana, Keshava, all these words are connected to one incident. Madhusudana means, oh destroyer of Madhu, demon Madhu. So Arjuna is trying to bring Krishna to his level. Krishna is trying to bring Arjuna to his level. It's an eternal war still going on. It goes on and on and on and on and on. That is why when Bhagavan is addressing, he is saying, O pure one, O pure one, how have you obtained this depression of mind, which is dangerous? I can say the whole Bhagavad Gita message is delivered in this one sutra. He is not talking at all about the war. He is saying, how did you obtain? Please understand, he is starting with the word, oh pure one, means he is saying, you are pure by nature. You are unclutched by nature. How have you obtained? How did this depression of mind which is dangerous. He's using the first word, dangerous, has come on you, not worthy of being propitiated by a man of noble birth. By your very birth, you can't support this depression. That which is not divine, it is not divine. And that which will not lead to expansion. Understand, life is for expansion. All the spiritual truths should go on expanding you, expanding you, expanding you. It is for expansion, not for contraction. Life is for expansion. How have you obtained this depression of mind, which is dangerous, not worthy of being propitiated by a man of noble birth, that which is not divine, and that which will not lead to expansion? I can say the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita is over with this one sutra. Each word is filled with so much of meaning. Each word has so much of reason. He says, "O pure one," the moment he starts, uses the word Arjuna, "O pure one." Please understand, Krishna is also using so many names for Arjuna in Gita. Arjuna is using so many names for Krishna in Gita, but Vyasa is using only one name. That is Bhagavan. That's it. Whenever he is addressing, whenever Vyasa is addressing, he is using only one word, Bhagavan. Today I'll expand on Arjuna Vishada Yoga, some more truths. Because the Arjuna's depression is not just an ordinary individual's depression. It's almost like a black box of an accident. See, when an aircraft gets into an accident, they retrieve the black box and study. Why? So that they can avoid future accidents, future mistakes. They can at least stop doing the same mistakes. Same way, exactly, I am doing black box analysis on Arjuna so that you don't get into the same moods, same depression, same sufferings. See, Arjuna first expresses his engrams in a very serial way, very clear, defined way. Sometimes you may not catch it, but an intelligent person can exactly understand and identify at least one engram of Arjuna. If you read Arjuna Vishada Yoga, at least in one place you will feel, wow, I am exactly in this position, in this engram. This is where I am caught. You can see very clearly. First, the engram of Svajana, you need to understand the idea of Svajana, my people. Please understand, life is too complicated. You are not even able to possess your own body. That is the reason different parts of your body is functioning in a different way, and it is either leading you to some desires which you are not able to control, or leading you to some disease which you are not able to handle. See, if you want to restrict your diet and you are not able to, you are addicted to something, means you are not even able to possess your own body, control your own body. Same way, you don't want some disease, but your body is attracting the disease again and again and making it express in itself. It means what? You are not even having control over your body. You are not even able to possess your body. It's happening. If you can't even possess your own body, why do you try to possess your son, your brother, your father, your mother? It is life. Each one tries to decide, tries to do something on their own. See, now what Arjuna's relations are doing, what Arjuna's Svajana are doing is not under Arjuna's control. Whom he feels as his own people are coming directly to wage war on him. But this foolish guy, still caught with the idea, Svajana, and he constantly tries, no, my people. Understand, falling for any weakness is sin. I tell you, falling for any weakness is sin. Life is expansion. Whether it is societal conditioning or societal commitment or emotional imbalance or the strong engram, whatever may be the reason, falling for weakness is sin. Arjuna does not even know who is Svajana. He is just looking at the people who are standing opposite side of his army to fight with him, to kill him, who have taken the vow to kill him, and he says, my brother-in-laws, father-in-laws, parents, grandparents. If you see the funny description, he does not even know who is Svajana. First thing, even if you know somebody is your Svajana, your relation, you can't possess. Life is too complicated. The moment child comes out of mother's womb, he declares his independence. He declares his freedom. The moment child stands on his own feet, he doesn't accept any economical or social support. He declares his freedom from the parents. Same way. See, that is the source of all relationships. Even in that relationship, you can't possess. You can't do anything. Then what about all other relationships? No. You need to understand who is your relationship, who is your relatives. People who directly or indirectly contribute, encourage, help you to fulfill your life's mission or your relatives. People who make you complete your life's mission are your parents, people who carry on the mission you fulfilled in their life further, even after you leave the body, are your kids. Here, Arjuna do not even know who is his relatives. Story for you guys. A small story. When NASA first started sending up astronauts, they quickly discovered that ballpoint pens would not work in the zero gravity. To combat the problem, NASA scientists spent a decade and 12 billion to develop a pen that writes in zero gravity, upside down, underwater, on almost any surface including glass, and at temperatures ranging from below freezing 300 degrees Celsius. The Russians faced the same problem and they used pencil to write. Your great-grandparents would have discovered pencil, who knows? But if it is not handed over to you in a proper way, as an understanding, as a rule, you may be spending again 12 billion and reinventing. To avoid reinvention, all the understandings and discoveries of the inner world and a smooth life in the society is compiled and put together as dharma. Please understand, but sometimes dharma can be misunderstood, misinterpreted, misused, maybe outdated also. Some of the rules which you think gets outdated, like a train timetable. You take the train timetable of 2009 and go and stand in the platform waiting for the train. Somebody says, no, this train won't come today, it is only scheduled for tomorrow. You say, no, 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 in the train table it says. But you forget, it's last year's timetable. Of course, in India, even if you have this year's timetable, you may not get the train. That is different, okay. Sometimes dharma becomes old timetable, old schedule, old understanding. That is the reason incarnations land to upgrade the timetable newly, to write new updated principles, to remove the interpolations and remove unnecessary things from whatever you understand as dharma. Krishna is a smritikara, incarnation, came down to create new smriti, new way of living. He came down to create new understanding about dharma, new energy and new experience. Life is for eternal expansion. That is why you are programmed with the basic instinct of expansion. The basic instinct you carry is of expansion. But in course of time, in the understandings of dharma, means making you live more happily, productively, joyfully, creatively in the society, some sadist fellows enter to manipulate and exploit. They insert some rules, some vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts, just to keep human beings in suffering, sadness. Their sadism is sometimes becoming part of so-called dharma. Again and again incarnations land on planet Earth to remove the sadistic interpolations in dharmic way of living. A small story. One guy goes to the doctor, "Have you taken my advice and slept with the window open?" Patient says, "Yes." Doctor says, "So your asthma disappeared completely?" Patient says, "No, but my watch, TV, iPod and laptop have disappeared." Not asthma. Understand? Sometimes some rules do completely opposite of what is expected to happen. Dharma, the so-called rules and regulations of society, when they get outdated, somebody need to happen to update them, upgrade them. Please understand, incarnation is a new edition of consciousness. Every time when an incarnation happens, the fight between dharma and moksha happens visibly. See, the whole fight between Arjuna and Krishna is the fight between dharma and moksha. Whatever Arjuna says will almost sound like truth, but not truth. Understand? Something which sounds like truth, not truth. The depression of Arjuna I can say is almost screaming. So many verses he is screaming, but Krishna is completely silent. He is there, he is there, he is there. The first year of the marriage, the man speaks and the woman listens. The second year, the woman speaks and the man listens. The third year, they both speak and the neighbors listen. I think Arjuna is speaking, but Arjuna is not seeing any reaction in Krishna's face that Krishna is listening. I strongly believe Krishna is not listening to the words of Arjuna. He is only looking into the depths of Arjuna with deep sympathy to understand the root of the problem. Please understand, when you are agitated, confused, your words do not express your real problem. That is why when people come and tell me their problems, when they give me a long letters, more than reading their letter, I will be looking into their eyes. I will read their problems by looking into their eyes, not looking into their letter. Because you are habitual liars. Please understand, all human beings have got into the system of becoming habitual liars. Yesterday, we were having sessions in Inner Awakening. When you are challenged, when you are cornered, how you escape from situations. I was studying each one's patterns, how each one escapes, listening to their stories, incidents. I discovered one thing. 99% of the people tell lies and manipulate the situation and escape when they are challenged. And the remaining 1% told lies even to me when I asked them. When you are cornered, when you are challenged, you immediately get into the mode of telling lies to manipulate the situation, to exploit the situation and escape from the situation. Understand, more than the words of Arjuna, the eyes of the Arjuna can reveal the real problem to Krishna. More than the letters you bring, what you bring in your eyes will show your real problem to me. That's the reason usually I look into the eyes. But people feel I am not attending to them if I read their eyes and not read their letters. So I just glance the letters also once in a while. But I tell you, I don't believe your letters. Because you have become habitual liar. Not only you start lying to others, even you don't realize you are lying. You have become such habitual liar, it becomes part of you. We hear that those who have lost family traditions dwell in hell for an indefinite period of time. Arjuna is crying. But he is not crying with the right logic. He is just using all broken logics, all broken ideas to justify his thoughts, justify his ideas. See, it is too late. You should have thought about all these things and had a group discussion, round table meeting, dinner, brainstorming, everything, at least 2 days before. Too late. Today I'll share some of the deeper insights on community system. First chapter, 41st verse, Arjuna Vishada Yoga. When non-righteous practices become common, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt, and with the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, ensues intermixture of castes. Whether you accept or not, whether you understand or not, this is the oldest living civilization. How much ever the some section of the Western perverted historians try to suppress the fact remains as fact and truth. We are the oldest living, continuously living civilization with thousands of invaders. They come like a Dravidian movements. Sometime from outside, sometime from inside. They come like a wave, but they disappear. We have seen so many foolish movements, but the civilization, the Indus civilization, the Saraswati civilization still stands. It's a beautiful description. In some of the Sanskrit literature, when few kings attacked the Saraswati civilization in a very organized way with some extraordinary powers to dry the whole Saraswati so that the whole civilization dies. The story says Saraswati entered inside the earth and started appearing in different places, and wherever she wanted the Saraswati civilization to be, she appeared in all those places. Understand, wherever you get borewell water, it is Saraswati. All the civilizations which happened based on underground water are Saraswati civilization. It is a very symbolic saying. Means she has spread her civilization so wide, vast, that she can't be destroyed anymore. Let's enter into today's satsang. Bhagavad Gita, first chapter, 40th verse, Arjuna Vishada Yoga.
कुलक्षये प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्माः सनातनः धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् अधर्मो अभिभव्युता.
With the destruction of dynasty, the age-old family traditions die, and virtue having been lost, vice overtakes the entire race. Arjuna is giving his predictions. Arjuna is giving his predictions. To whom? Krishna. That is the most funny thing. See, if he is talking all this to anybody else, all of them will make meaning and Arjuna would have become author of Gita. Only thing, unfortunately, Arjuna is talking all these things to Krishna. See, all these things are amazing dharma. The logic with which he is putting, the words with which he is putting, unimaginable. With the destruction of the dynasty, the age-old family traditions die, and virtue having been lost, vice overtakes the entire race. Yes, everybody will agree. Even I will agree completely with this. As a promoter of stable family and joint family concept, I always feel with a stable family and joint families, you have less suffering, less depression, more energy. But to be a stable family and a joint family, you need so much of understanding and intelligence, oh God. It's almost like you need a group of enlightened beings. It's a huge effort. Especially joint family. It does so much for the inner growth. I checked, tested, scanned all types of lifestyles. So from my research, for a common man, the best lifestyle will be joint families. Either blood-related joint families, like all brothers living together, like India, we had this system. The father has 5 sons. All the 5 sons, even after the marriage, will live as a large joint family. So this one type, are ideological joint families. All of you feel connected, vibrant with certain ideology, certain concept, and all of you gather and live together.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं। जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकम्।
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఈ శతాబ్దపు మరువలేని పోలికలేని ఒక ఆధ్యాత్మిక శక్తి, ఒక అంతర్జాతీయ సాంఘిక ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రభంజనాన్ని స్థాపించిన ఒక అద్భుత శక్తి, వైదిక ధర్మాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి ఉద్భవించిన ఒక చైతన్య శక్తి. ఆయన అతి పవిత్రమైన తిరువణ్ణామలై క్షేత్రంలో జన్మించారు. ఒక యోగిగా జన్మించి తనలో సహజంగానే పొంగి పొర్లే ఆధ్యాత్మికతను కోట్ల మందికి పంచుతూ స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చే ఒక అమోఘ శక్తి. అతి పురాతనమైన యోగా విద్యలో ప్రావీణ్యం కలిగి ఆధ్యాత్మిక శాస్త్రాన్ని క్షుణ్ణంగా పరిశోధన చేసిన ఒక మహాద్భుతమైన అంతఃప్రపంచపు పరిశోధకులు, ఆత్మజ్ఞానాన్ని ప్రసాదించే గురువులు. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఆయన జ్ఞానామృతాన్ని, ఆనందం వెదజల్లే ఆయన చిరునవ్వుని, తిరుగులేని ఆయన దీక్ష యొక్క శక్తిని 1 కోటికి పైగా ఉన్న ఆయన శిష్యులకు పంచుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మీరు జీవన్ముక్తులుగా జీవించడానికి తోడ్పడే పరిష్కారాలను మీకు అందజేస్తున్నారు. ఒక మరువలేని ఆధ్యాత్మిక అనుభవం కొరకు మమ్మల్ని వెంటనే సంప్రదించండి.
వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం సర్వధర్మ ప్రణేతారం సచ్చిదానంద రూపిణం వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం వేద వేదాంత సంవేద్యం దేవదేవీ స్వరూపిణం వందే వటపలాశిస్థం.
Stable family and giant family concept. I always feel with a stable family and giant families, you have less suffering, less depression, more energy. But to be a stable family and a giant family, you need so much of understanding and intelligence, oh God. It's almost like you need a group of enlightened beings. It's a huge effort. Arjuna is giving his predictions. To whom? Krishna. That is the most funny thing. See, if he is talking all this to anybody else, all of them will make meaning and Arjuna would have become author of Gita. Only thing, unfortunately, Arjuna is talking all these things to Krishna. See, all these things are amazing dharma. The logic with which he is putting, the words with which he is putting, unimaginable. With the destruction of the dynasty, the age-old family traditions die, and virtue having been lost, vice overtakes the entire race. Yes, everybody will agree. Especially giant family, it does so much for the inner growth. I checked, tested, scanned all types of lifestyles. So from my research, for a common man, the best lifestyle will be giant families. Either blood-related giant families, like all brothers living together. Like India, we had this system. If a father has 5 sons, all the 5 sons, even after the marriage, will live as a large joint family. So this one type are ideological giant families. All of you feel connected, vibrant with certain ideology, certain concept. And all of you gather and live together. Of course, in the modern day, I think ideological giant families are not possible. So human beings are not matured to live as ideological giant families. So at least blood-based, blood-related giant families. As a promoter of giant families or stable family system, I do understand what Arjuna is trying to tell. But to whom he is trying to tell is the funny thing. And not only that, now his predictions are not going to solve the problem. So many things we need to understand. First, his concerns are out of unconsciousness. He is not conscious of what he is talking. Second, his reasonings are from engrams, not from understanding. even if it looks like a right reason, if it is from engram, if it is not from right reasoning, you are in soup. Girl gets married, goes for honeymoon. After a week, mother calls her and asks, how did your honeymoon go? She said, fantastic, extraordinary, unimaginable. But when we were driving back after the honeymoon, we had a fight. Now I decided to leave him. Please come and take me. She said, what are you talking? Just now marriage was over. You are talking about separation. No, what happened? She started crying. She said, he started using all 4-letter words which I never heard. Mother said, tell me, what did he tell? No, I can't even tell all that now. You come and take me. She said, no, I need to understand what kind of 4-letter words he used, which has hurt you so much. She was still sobbing and she said, mother, words like a wash, iron, cook, dust. He wants me to do all this. She doesn't know what she is talking. I can say Arjuna is exactly in that position. It is not that his logic is not convinced about the war.
కల్పతరు మీలోని కుండలిని శక్తిని తెలుసుకోగల ఒక ప్రత్యేక కార్యక్రమము కల్పతరు. పూర్తిగా ఒకరోజు జరిగే ఈ కార్యక్రమములో ఆరోగ్యకరమైన అద్భుతమైన మార్పును పొందగలరు. అవతారమూర్తి పరమహంస నిత్యానంద స్వామి వారి ఆశీస్సులను ప్రత్యేకంగా పొందగల కార్యక్రమం కల్పతరు. కుండలిని అంటే ఏమిటి? కుండలిని అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరిలోనూ దాగి ఉన్న అద్భుత శక్తి. కుండలిని శక్తి ఒక ధ్యానోదయమైన గురుదేవుల దీక్షతో చైతన్యపరచవచ్చు. ఈ కుండలిని శక్తి మీ జీవితంలో అన్ని దశలలోనూ అభివృద్ధికరమైన మార్పులను తేగలిగే శక్తి. అది మీలో ఆరోగ్యాన్ని, ఐశ్వర్యాన్ని, విజయాన్ని, ఆనందాన్ని, ఆధ్యాత్మిక ధ్యానోదయాన్ని కలిగిస్తుంది. ప్రతి వారాంతములో కల్పతరు కార్యక్రమం బిడిది ఆశ్రమంలో నిర్వహించబడును. మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించవలసిన చిరునామా నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం, నిత్యానంద నగర్, బిడది 562109, బెంగళూరు. ఫోన్ చేయవలసిన నంబరు 095500000550 లేదా 098185190701. మా వెబ్సైట్ www.nityananda.org.
He does not feel the power to execute. When he does not have a power, he should tell the exact problem as it is to Krishna. But he doesn't want to accept, he doesn't have courage or power to go into this war. He brings all perverted logical reasons. If he goes to Krishna and says, I feel powerless, please just do what needs to be done, then the whole history would have been different. Feeling powerless, but using the perverted logic, that is where the whole problem starts. He says, the age-old family traditions die, and virtue having been lost, vice overtakes the entire race. As if the war is not going to happen, the vice is not taken over entire race. He only said, people like Duryodhana, evil-minded. Just in the first few sutras, he says, evil-minded Duryodhana. It means what? He already feels the whole race is taken over by the vice. VIC. He already feels wrong people are ruling. Then, how come suddenly he says, after a war, the vice may take over the entire race? He is just completely imbalanced. He is searching for some reason. He is just searching, searching. Rich man had the habit of growing alligators as his pet in his backyard. Slowly he developed large number in a huge lake. One day he was throwing a party. All his friends gathered. They were all enjoying a drink and food. Suddenly he announced, anybody who has the courage to jump into this lake and swim and crash, comes out. I'll give either $1 billion or my daughter in marriage. There was a silence. Suddenly, big splash sound. They saw one young man swimming really for life. You know, running for life. But this is swimming for life. Finally, he manages to get out. He only lost his shirt. He comes out, looks around this side and that side. The owner, the host, goes near him with a lot of pride. He says, I appreciate your extraordinary courage. Now choose, you want $1 billion or my daughter? The guy says, listen, I don't want your money, nor do I want your daughter. I want the person who pushed me into that water. He is searching for something else. Arjuna is also not finding the right reason. He really only wants the fellow who pushed him into this soup, into this mess. But he does not understand he himself pushed him. It is the identity which he started showing to his family, which he slowly started believing as he is responsible for the whole mess he created. See, if he did not show too much of courage and too much of valor to his family, Draupadi would not have thought about him too much, and she would not have taken that vow. I will not tie my hair without killing these fellows. She would have known, oh, I am an ordinary person and I am a wife of an ordinary people. So let me live a normal life. Let me not go and try to fight with these Duryodhanas. Arjuna showed certain identity about himself to his family, and slowly he started believing that as himself. It started building. Out of the identity Arjuna was showing, the whole family has started making decisions. So all the decisions they made, trusting Arjuna's identity, which he was projecting, but which he was not, he is responsible now for the mess they are in. So it is Arjuna who is responsible. Nobody pushed him. Arjuna jumped in. Now he comes out and says, I want the fellow who pushed me in. And he is trying to find all sorts of reasons, all sorts of concepts, all sorts of words. That is the right word I will use. It is not even logic. It is just words. Please understand. Sometimes the word solution is not solution. Sometimes the word logic is not logical. He does not even have a reason. He just has words. Nothing other than words. I have a story. An engineer, a physicist, and a mathematician are staying in a hotel. The engineer wakes up and smells smoke. He goes out into the hallway and sees a fire. He fills a trash can from his room with water and closes the fire. He goes back to bed. Later the physicist wakes up and smells smoke. He opens his door and sees a fire in the hallway. He walks down the hall to a fire hose, and after calculating the flame velocity, distance, water pressure, etc., extinguishes the fire with a minimum amount of water and energy needed. Later, the mathematician wakes up and smells smoke. He goes to the hall, sees the fire, and then the fire hose. He thinks for a moment and then exclaims, a solution exists, and goes back to bed. Solution by mathematician is a word, not a solution. Sometimes the word is a word, not life. Here, Arjuna is also uttering words which are not life. See, if you thought about all these things, that destruction of dynasty, age-old family traditions, you should have just told the Kauravas, all right, you guys rule the country. We will be in the forest itself. We will develop our own life, our own place. That's it. You will go all out, have different vows, shouting, fighting, based on the identity which you yourself don't feel strongly, create all the mess.
Because 2000 crore laws. I have decided that I myself going personally sitting in Pondicherry and going to do the relief work.
We are expected to reach at least 1 lakh people per day. Finally, now, when you are in a mess, you think, oh God. You try to bring all possible logic, perverted reasons. I can say it's like a getting married without knowing the side effects and after effects. See, your identity is like a marriage only. When you try to create some identity which you are not, it is like a marriage. See, in the beginning, when you try to create an identity which you are not, it's like a romance. You project, see, who am I? What am I? Something more than what you are. It's a romance. Feels like you're bloated or you expanded. But the biggest problem is, it becomes a permanent bondage. One day, a middle-aged man in the midnight woke up from his bed, came down to the hall, sitting and drinking a cup of coffee, just staring through the window. After an hour or so, wife wakes up and sees husband is not in the bed. She runs all over the house, finally sees husband sitting in the dining table in the hall, sipping cup of coffee, without sleeping, staring through the window. She goes and asks, honey, what happened? Why are you so sad? Why tears in your eyes? You are not feeling like sleeping? He says, do you remember 20 years ago, we both were dating? She said, yes, I remember. One day, your father caught both of us? He said, yes. That time you were a minor. Then he told me, either marry her or go to prison for 20 years. She says, yes, I remember. You know, I would have gotten out today. If I chose the other option, I would have gotten out today. Understand? Creating the identity which you are not and making even few people around you believe, even your family believes the identity which you are not as you, your prison has started. Your bondage has started. You will continuously make decisions based on that. Just because of your family pressure. See here, the big soup Arjuna is in. He created an identity that is a courageous warrior, which is not 100% true. I don't want to say 100% lie, maybe 30-40% true. But he has projected more than what he can, made his family believe. So naturally, when his family believes, he has to constantly hold on with that identity, make all decisions based on that identity, naturally, which led him one by one led to the other, one led to the other, one led to the other. Now he's in a big soup, he's in a big mess. Now he's saying, virtue having been lost, vice overtakes the entire race. I really don't understand. It is like bringing the logic which at least 100 times you would have thought and thrown out while you make some decisions. It is like you are climbing Kailasa. Because you are climbing Kailasa, you cannot carry much luggage. You throw away some of the things less important. But after going there, finally you realize you won't be able to climb anyhow. Then you start repenting, oh God, why did I throw this luggage, that luggage there itself? It is wrong. I should not be throwing. You should have taken the decision there, not now. Bringing the logic which you would have analyzed and found solution 100 times. Again, just because you are not going to proceed further. You are not able to proceed further. It's the most funniest thing. One guy goes to the cemetery, puts flower on his brother's tomb, pays respect for a few moments, and walks out. On the way he sees a mourner crying too profusely. This man was not able to control himself. He went to that mourner and said, sorry for interfering in your private grief, but I really want to know for whose sake you are crying so much. May I know so that I'll see, can I be of any help? The mourner took a moment to collect himself, then replied. Actually, he was rolling and crying. Why should you have to die? Why should you have to die? Why did you die? And finally the mourner took a moment to collect himself, then replied, this is my wife's first husband. Sometimes the mourning statements are too late. See, now what Arjuna is talking is a mourning statement. It is not logical reasoning. Logical reasoning should have been done at least before assembling for a war. See, at least 2 days before, if Arjuna has taken this decision, went through all this logic, sat with Krishna and had an administration meeting, going through. See, these are all the logic, these are all the reason. I am feeling, Krishna, do you have any answer? Shall we think of other alternatives or other options? How do you like to face the whole thing? Do you have anything to tell me? Shall we have a meeting? Then it would have been a logic. When it is too late, the statements are only mourning. They don't make sense. In your life, many times, your logic is used At the time only mourning can be done, not anything else. Don't use your logic at the time you need to mourn. Don't mourn at the time you need to use your logic. Here, Arjuna is trying to use his logic, but because it is too late, it can only be mourning. It cannot be logic.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवकुतो दयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या जयिषः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तपतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोर पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुहा शन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिजागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभष्ट्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां गुरुमाहि पुंसे पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो ऋषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यादुत्राण्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुणपुतभभ्रस्सु मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रुतात् सहस्रशो वै शागुं हेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा
Beautiful story in Bhagavatam. One rich man who does the Ekadasi Vrata, means he will fast on Ekadasi, and Dwadasi he will call all the devotees and give them all good food, and it's a great good act, punya. So Krishna appears one day in front of him and asks, "My son, what do you want? You are doing so many wonderful work." Then that guy says, if you give me more and more wealth, I'll be happy to do this service in a big scale. Krishna blesses him and lot of diamonds, everything showers. And now you guys don't even need to visualize how the gems shower and how the treasure showers. Anyhow, he showered. And next day, another one devotee, one old lady who used to do small prayers, but 24 hours she will be thinking and meditating on Krishna, living with Krishna practically. She had only one cow. So one day she finishes her Ekadasi Vrata, and whatever milk she gets, she will make butter and call few devotees, Krishna's devotees, and share little with all of them, and she will also eat. Krishna appears next day in front of her and does not even ask, what do you want? He just eats the butter, then disappears. That day the only cow she had died. The only cow which she had died. Then naturally all the Gopikas living around Krishna, they asked, what is this? That guy is already rich and you went and showered more wealth on him, and this lady has only one cow and you went and killed that cow and came back. What is this? Then he says, see, that guy wants to live and he is ready to live with a lot of engrams, no problem. So he asked for wealth, I gave wealth, and let him do good work and enjoy and finally exhaust all the engram. When he comes, let him come to me for enlightenment. But this lady, except this cow, she doesn't have any other engram. This cow is the only engram stopping her becoming enlightened, reaching me completely. So when I went and saw, I saw this only engram. So I took away that engram. Now she will reach me completely. She will achieve the Paramapada, the moksha or Jivan Mukti, the eternal abode of my feet. So sometime he gives, sometime he takes it away. But you can't judge it from outside. Arjuna goes on to teach right and wrong to Krishna. See, if you see from outside, you will feel, what is this? For somebody is showering, for somebody, he killed the cow, only cow, which she was having. So different reason. Krishna puts exactly in his hand on the engram. You see, this guy did not ask for enlightenment, but she is waiting for that only. So whatever you ask, for that he works. Here, Arjuna naturally asks for enlightenment. So whatever engram he is having, Krishna is for studying, so that he can start working on it, removing it. Yatyapi yete napashyanti lopo pahata chetasaha kulakshaya kritam dosham mitra drohe cha patakam. He is almost like a child. Arjuna is behaving like a child. How can he talk about right and wrong to Krishna? And he says, oh, how can this be done? It is such a sin. Let us see now how he continues on the next verse, expressing his depression and engrams. Let us do deeper psychoanalysis on Arjuna.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकम्
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఈ శతాబ్దపు మరువలేని పోలికలేని ఒక ఆధ్యాత్మిక శక్తి, ఒక అంతర్జాతీయ సాంఘిక ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రభంజనాన్ని స్థాపించిన ఒక అద్భుత శక్తి, వైదిక ధర్మాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి ఉద్భవించిన ఒక చైతన్య శక్తి. ఆయన అతి పవిత్రమైన తిరువణ్ణామలై క్షేత్రంలో జన్మించారు. ఒక యోగిగా జన్మించి తనలో సహజంగానే పొంగి పొర్లే ఆధ్యాత్మికతను కోట్ల మందికి పంచుతూ స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చే ఒక అమోఘ శక్తి. అతి పురాతనమైన యోగా విద్యలో ప్రావీణ్యం కలిగి ఆధ్యాత్మిక శాస్త్రాన్ని క్షుణ్ణంగా పరిశోధన చేసిన ఒక మహాద్భుతమైన అంతఃప్రపంచపు పరిశోధకులు, ఆత్మజ్ఞానాన్ని ప్రసాదించే గురువులు. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఆయన జ్ఞానామృతాన్ని, ఆనందం వెదజల్లే ఆయన చిరునవ్వుని, తిరుగులేని ఆయన దీక్ష యొక్క శక్తిని 1 కోటికి పైగా ఉన్న ఆయన శిష్యులకు పంచుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మీరు జీవన్ముక్తులుగా జీవించడానికి తోడ్పడే పరిష్కారాలను మీకు అందజేస్తున్నారు. ఒక మరువలేని ఆధ్యాత్మిక అనుభవం కొరకు మమ్మల్ని వెంటనే సంప్రదించండి.
వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం సర్వధర్మ ప్రణేతారం సచ్చిదానంద రూపిణం వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం వేద వేదాంత సంవేద్యం దేవదేవీ స్వరూపిణం వందే వటపలాశిస్థం.
These men, blinded by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or being treasonable to friends and incur sin. Arjuna is expanding on his confusion. Actually, more and more words Arjuna utters, the more and more number of engrams which he is carrying are revealed so that Krishna can treat him. It's actually diagnosis process. That's why Krishna is not interfering at all. Arjuna is saying here, "O Janardana, these men," he is telling the opposite people, because they are blinded by greed, they don't see something is wrong in killing one's own family or doing mitra droha. He says, doing droha to own friends and incur sin. So in a way he is telling Krishna, they are blinded by greed, they can do all that, but we should not be doing all this. See, who is giving advice to whom? Actually, Krishna is not interfering at all. Why, you know? He is just diagnosing. He is letting Arjuna vomit all the engrams so that finally he can finish his surgery. He needs to know what all is there inside. So he is letting Arjuna to talk more and more and more. See the funny thing, this guy suddenly changes the whole tune. Earlier he was giving all kinds of arguments. Now he is telling Krishna, they are all blind. He doesn't understand he is blind. He now says, they are all blind. Maybe those people who are blind can do this kind of cheap activities. How can we do, Krishna? I have a story. One guy calls his doctor and says, "Doctor, my wife has become very old and she has become deaf and I want you to see her." Doctor says, "I am too busy. Next 1 week I won't be able to see you or see her. But just do this small test and get back to me. I can give you preliminary solution." He asked, "What is the test?" "You first stand in the distance of 40 feet and call her. Then go 30 feet and call her. Then go 20 feet and call her. Then 10 feet, call her. And go nearer and call her. And tell me the response. So based on that, I will know her deafness, how much she is deaf. Then I will give you some preliminary solution. Bring her after 1 week." This guy says, "Great, I will do it." So he stands 40 feet distance and asks, "Oh darling, what is breakfast?" So he goes 30 feet. "Oh sweetie, what is breakfast?" He goes 20 feet and says, "Oh my dear, what are you cooking for the breakfast?" She was standing in the kitchen and cooking. He goes 10 feet near and asks, "Hey, what is the breakfast?" He finally goes near, almost near her ears, and asks, "Hey, what is the breakfast you are cooking?" She turns and says, "For the 5th time I am replying, chicken." Understand, she is not deaf, he is deaf. Now see, suddenly Arjuna is telling, "Janardana, these men blinded by greed," whom he is talking about? He is talking about the other side. As if he has a complete Divya Drishti and he can see everything in the world. And he is telling, these men blinded by greed see no fault in killing one's family or being treasonable to friends. And not only that, he is now trying to send a subtle blackmail to Krishna. "See, don't encourage me to fight because it is Mitra Droha." Mitra Droha means what? Going against the trust of the friend. You are my friend. If you encourage me to go against other friends, then naturally you are telling me to go against you also. So slowly he is telling, he is not going against the friend, going against the family and killing one's own family. Is it not reasonable? Is it not sin?
కల్పతరు మీలోని కుండలిని శక్తిని తెలుసుకోగల ఒక ప్రత్యేక కార్యక్రమము కల్పతరు. పూర్తిగా ఒకరోజు జరిగే ఈ కార్యక్రమములో ఆరోగ్యకరమైన అద్భుతమైన మార్పును పొందగలరు. అవతారమూర్తి పరమహంస నిత్యానంద స్వామి వారి ఆశీస్సులను ప్రత్యేకంగా పొందగల కార్యక్రమం కల్పతరు. కుండలిని అంటే ఏమిటి? కుండలిని అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరిలోనూ దాగి ఉన్న అద్భుత శక్తి. కుండలిని శక్తి ఒక ధ్యానోదయమైన గురుదేవుల దీక్షతో చైతన్యపరచవచ్చు. ఈ కుండలిని శక్తి మీ జీవితంలో అన్ని దశలలోనూ అభివృద్ధికరమైన మార్పులను తేగలిగే శక్తి. అది మీలో ఆరోగ్యాన్ని, ఐశ్వర్యాన్ని, విజయాన్ని, ఆనందాన్ని, ఆధ్యాత్మిక ధ్యానోదయాన్ని కలిగిస్తుంది. ప్రతి వారాంతములో కల్పతరు కార్యక్రమం బిడిది ఆశ్రమంలో నిర్వహించబడును. మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించవలసిన చిరునామా నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం, నిత్యానంద నగర్, బిడది 562109, బెంగళూరు. ఫోన్ చేయవలసిన నంబరు 095500000550 లేదా 096185190701. మా వెబ్సైట్ www.nityananda.org.
He says, Padagam. Padagam means great sin. Papa means sin. Padagam means great sin. The multiple level of sin is padakam. In our tradition, we call only 5 actions as padakam. See, killing is sin, but killing an enlightened being is padakam. Stealing is sin. Stealing gold is padakam. Having extramarital affair is sin, but having extramarital affair with your guru's wife is padakam. These are all called panchama padakams. See, sin is different. Padakam is the multiple layers of sin. So, suddenly Arjuna is using the word padakam. He is not using the word sin or papa. No. He is trying to teach morality, right and wrong, to Krishna. Now this shows the poor guy is confused so much. But Krishna listens. That's the greatness. He is not opening his mouth at all. Understand? I can be sure, I can see whatever has happened and tell you, he does not even show resentment in his face. His face is fully bloom, fully blossom. He's just, oh, is it so? He's listening. If he is not liking it, in 2 sloka I would have said, relax, let me start talking. Listen. But he is not doing it. He is opening his mouth only in next chapter. He is listening to all this nuisance, all this foolishness, and with tremendous patience he is listening. And Arjuna goes on with his great logic, expanding on his depression and the engrams with which he is caught. Please understand, there is a beautiful story in Bhagavatam. One rich man who does the Ekadasi Vrata, means he will fast on Ekadasi, and Dwadasi he will call all the devotees and give them all good food, and it's a great good act, punya. So Krishna appears one day in front of him and asks, my son, what do you want? You are doing so many wonderful work. And that guy says, if you give me more and more wealth, I will be happy to do this service in a big scale. Krishna blesses him, and lot of diamonds, everything showers. And now you guys don't even need to visualize how the gems shower and how the treasure showers. Anyhow, he showered, and next day, another one devotee, one old lady who used to do small prayers, but 24 hours she will be thinking and meditating on Krishna, living with Krishna practically. She had only one cow. So one day, she finishes her Ekadasi Vrata, and whatever milk she gets, she will make butter and call few devotees, Krishna's devotees, and share little with all of them, and she will also eat. Krishna appears next day in front of her and does not even ask, what do you want? He just eats the butter, then disappears. That day the only cow she had died. The only cow which she had died. Naturally, all the gopikas living around Krishna, they asked, what is this? That guy is already rich, and you went and showered more wealth on him, and this lady has only one cow, and you went and killed that cow and came back. What is this? Then he says, see, that guy wants to live and he is ready to live with a lot of engrams, no problem. So he asked for wealth, I gave wealth, and let him do good work and enjoy, and finally exhaust all the engram. When he comes, let him come to me for enlightenment. But this lady, except this cow, she doesn't have any other engram. This cow is the only engram stopping her becoming enlightened, reaching me completely. So when I went and saw, I saw this only engram. So I took away that engram. Now she will reach me completely. She will achieve the Paramapada, the moksha or Jivan Mukti, the eternal abode of my feet. So sometime he gives, sometime he takes it away. But you can't judge it from outside. Arjuna goes on to teach right and wrong to Krishna. See, if you see from outside, you will feel, what is this? For somebody is showering, for somebody, he killed the cow, only cow, which she was having. So different reason. Krishna puts exactly in his hand on the engram. You see, this guy did not ask for enlightenment, but she is waiting for that only. So whatever you ask, for that he works. Here, Arjuna naturally asks for enlightenment. So whatever engram he is having, Krishna is for studying, so that he can start working on it, removing it. He is almost like a child. Arjuna is behaving like a child. How can he talk about right and wrong to Krishna? And he says, oh, how can this be done? It is such a sin.
ఒక అవతార పురుషుని దివ్య సలహాను నేరుగా పొందాలనుకుంటున్నారా? ఇప్పుడు మీకు పరమహంసతో ముఖాముఖి.
నిత్యానంద హియర్. ఓ, మీరు బాగున్నారా?
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మరొక్కసారి పోలిక లేని ఒక విభిన్నమైన కానుకను ప్రపంచానికి అందచేస్తున్నారు.
also supporting by healing.
ఆయన ఇప్పుడు ప్రతిరోజు ఉదయం ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రసారమయ్యే సత్సంగంలో మీ ప్రశ్నలకి జవాబు ఇవ్వడానికి సిద్ధముగా ఉన్నారు. ఉదయం 8 గంటలకు మా నంబరు 08027279999కి ఫోన్ చేసే అదృష్టవంతులకు ఆయనతో నేరుగా మాట్లాడే దివ్యమైన అవకాశం దక్కుతుంది. మరియు ఉదయం ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రసారమయ్యే సత్సంగం ntv.nityananda.orgలో చూడగలరు.
Let us see now how he continues on the next verse, expressing his depression and engrams. Let us do deeper psychoanalysis on Arjuna. Why should we, who clearly see the sin in the destruction of a dynasty, not turn away from this crime? See, it's actually continuity of the last sutra. He says, only those people who are blinded by greed can do these great sins like killing one's own family and doing droha to the friend, mitra droha. But why should we, who clearly see the sin in the destruction of dynasty, not turn away from this crime? O Krishna, see, he is putting it in a very different ways. But when you ask something to the master, you should be very clear and straight. One guy was celebrating his 50th anniversary, wedding anniversary, with his wife. In the party, suddenly an angel appeared and said, it is very rare in this part of the world, people live together for 50 years. You guys have done a great job of living 50 years together. So ask me anything, I'll give. This guy suddenly says, I want a wife who is 30 years younger than me. The angel took out a wand and waved in front of that guy, and suddenly he became 30-year-old. Understand? When you ask clearly and don't try to put it in a roundabout way. Now that's what Arjuna is trying to do. Earlier he gave some argument, now he is giving some other argument. Now he is telling, they are fools ready to fight with us, but we are intelligent. We only should take the responsibility. Is it not Krishna? I can see he's talking like a child, repeating like a child. The school, whatever you listen, you come back to the house and try to do rehearsal on all those words. I have seen the kids, they will learn some bad word in the school from the other kids. They will not even know the meaning. They will come to the house and try to use it on the parents or on the brothers or on other members in the house. If you see in your life, you can see. They will not even know the meaning. They will come to the house and they will try to use those words. Here, Arjuna is playing. He doesn't know the meaning of the words he is uttering. He just wants to tell something. So he picks up all the best words he learnt here and there. Mitra Droha, Padakam. So he picked up all those words and he is using on Krishna. Suddenly he is using the word Janardana, protector of Jana, people. He is saying, because he is saying the whole dynasty will be destroyed. How can you encourage this act having the name Janardana, who is protector of Jana? Jana means mass, people. So how can you have the word Janardana and encourage me to kill people? We should not do it. We should maintain your glory. Your name, Janardana. He is talking like a child. One day, there was a dinner. A family called his friends. The friend's family came. They all sat at the table. The host asked the guest's daughter, the friend's family, "Dear, can we say grace? Can we say our prayers?" She said, "No, I don't know what to do, what to tell." "No, tell whatever your mother tells before the dinner." The daughter bowed her head and said, "Dear Lord, why on earth did I invite these people for dinner?" She said, "This is what usually my mother will tell before the dinner whenever she invited people." The child is repeating whatever she heard. Same way, Arjuna is repeating all the big words he heard in his Gurukula. When he learnt the language without even knowing the meaning, he is uttering and he is saying, God, Kulakshaya Kritam, destruction of dynasty. He says, our whole dynasty will be destroyed. We should not be doing this. First he used the word Swajanam. Now he is using the word whole dynasty. So he goes on expanding on his depression and expressing all the engrams with which he is caught. So let us spend few minutes surrendering to the cosmic consciousness, Krishna, which lands again and again as incarnations on the planet Earth. Surrender to that energy, praying, let that energy always guide us. Let us not deviate from that energy.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मज दुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवकुतो दयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या जयिषुः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तपतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोर पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते विभष्ट्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरिक्रतां कुरु माहि पुंसेः पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो वृषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यादुत्राण्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुणपुत भभ्रस्व मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रुता सहस्रशो वै शागुं भेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा
Because 2000 crore loss. I have decided that I myself going personally sitting in Pondicherry and going to do the relief work.
We are expected to reach at least 1 lakh people per day. Now I will enter into the 36th verse, first chapter, verse 36.
निहत्य दार्धराष्ट्रान्नः का प्रीतिः स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेत् अस्मान् हत्वैतानाततायिनः
निहत्य दार्तराष्ट्रान्नः का प्रीति स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेव आश्रयेत् अस्मान् हत्वा एतान् आतातयिनः. The translation says, what pleasure will we get by destroying the sons of Dhritarashtra, Janardana? Only sin will overcome us if we slay these wrongdoers. I am seeing the black box of Arjuna. Layer by layer, how the engrams are there in Arjuna and how he is suffering with those engrams. Please understand. When I read this Arjuna Vishada Yoga, I am 100% sure Bhagavad Gita is the book for enlightenment. Because whatever he is talking, the Arjuna's problem, each verse is one strong engram. Arjuna is caught with so many of these engrams. Krishna is here to destroy those engrams and liberate him and make him express the life in a liberated way. See, I am seeing very clearly. First, he says, Swajanam, Swajanam, Swajanam. My people, my people, my people. Almost see these old widows sitting in village and crying, oh, my son, my daughter, my father, my brother. The same mood. Arjuna is saying Swajanam, Swajanam means that parental conditioning, the first layer of engram. Then he comes. All the teachings he learned from the Drona, the conditioning of the Acharya, means ordinary do's and don'ts. Please understand, sometimes ordinary do's and don'ts create so much of conditionings. When you see the layer by layer conditioning of Arjuna coming out in this first chapter, I can tell you very clearly, this book is book for enlightenment. It is not written just to make Arjuna fight or just for Krishna to fulfill his goal of removing the load on the planet Earth, Bhubara. No. It is straight technique, process, method for enlightenment. First layer of condition, Swajanam. And the most funny thing is that conditioning, you see, all these relatives, relationship, everything is created for you to live happily. But see the funny thing, those people are actually going to kill him. Even then, the conditioning has become so strong, it is ready to go against the purpose for which it is created. understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. Unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist, when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them, wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them, no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see. Let us see how your mind is able to continue. Here, many parts of the Arjuna's biomemory is shivering because they are going to die. When Drona dies, naturally the biomemory of Arjuna's shoulder has to die. The strength in Arjuna's shoulder has to disappear. When Bhishma dies, the tremendous energy he gets by social commitment, the parental conditioning has to die. When Saguni dies, when Karna dies, the tremendous energy he gets by the anger and violence has to die. Understand, when your enemy is dead, there is nobody to invoke energy in you. If you are driven only by anger and violence. Naturally, a Kshatriya like Arjuna, surely much of his energy is from anger and violence. Anger and violence is at least fuel for majority of his biomemory. That is his petrol tank. That is his fuel. So even if the enemy is dead, some part of you is going to die. Something is going to disappear. Now he is facing the naked reality. Please understand, Many times you think, what is there? If that situation comes, I'll face it. But when it comes, you understand the weight of that situation, the gravity of the situation. All courage, valor, power of Arjuna is suddenly disappearing. He feels he did not plan for it. There was a man who would regularly pray to God that he wins the lottery. One day he was abusing God. What is this for so many years? I am praying to you. And I am doing all kinds of prayers, all forms of worships. From pouring milk to the showing camphor. All the puja, all the homa. Why? I am not winning a lottery. God was tired of hearing his abusal. He just appeared and said, "Fool, why don't you buy a lottery ticket at least for once?" He was running his life without even planning. Arjuna is not able to face the situation he has invoked upon himself. The power of relationships are so strong. Arjuna is not able to handle it. I tell you, every relationship plays certain role in your inner space. Not just the people who brought you up or who spent time with you. Even ordinary person who gave you one meal, one piece of cloth, one day shelter. Even they all play some role in your muscle memory. Somebody who gave you food one day, if he dies, at least one day your muscle memory will be shrunk, will not be alive, active. When you give just one meal or one piece of cloth or even one flower to the master, the connection becomes so strong. Especially if a lot of feelings, emotions, sacred sentiments associated with that offering. Krishna says in the Gita, Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam. Just one fruit, one flower, or one leaf. With the sacred sentiments, with sacred feelings is enough. A relationship with fire, however small it is, burns you completely. You can't say, no, only a small matchstick was put on my cloth. Even if it is a small matchstick, it burns you. Same way, even if it's one small flower offered, it just makes your whole being alive. In my experience, I have seen many times, when people bring something, I'll see if there is a lot of sacred sentiments, emotions, devotion associated to it. Even the object, I will see it as too big. Actually, I eat only that emotions which is brought. I may not eat that, whatever they brought physically, but when I touch, I swallow their sacred sentiments. I enjoy the devotion with which they brought. Whether it's some sweet or a flower or a cloth or just a paduka, anything. When I touch, I accept the emotion which is huge sitting on that object with every action. Some form or other relationship gets built in your life. If that relationship is with a normal man, it kills you even while you are alive. If it is with enlightened being, it keeps you alive even when you are dead. Arjuna is depressed. Please understand. All the souls, individual souls, are depressed. You can't be anything other than being depressed till you achieve enlightenment. There are only two kinds of people on the planet Earth. One, enlightened. Second, depressed. That's all. There is no middle way. There is no in between. So Arjuna is also depressed. Duryodhana also depressed. But see the beautiful difference. In Duryodhana's depression, he feels inability, blames everybody. In Arjuna's depression, even in his depression, he doesn't have any doubt about his efficiency, and he does not blame anybody. He is only in need of little more clarity. Please understand. Duryodhana's depression is depression out of inertness and supported by ego. Arjuna's depression is a depression from restlessness, needs only clarity and intelligence. Arjuna's depression leads the individual soul towards the fulfillment. Duryodhana's depression leads the individual soul into more and more deeper and deeper bondages. That is why, even though both of them are depressed, each one of them are given different solutions, or each one of them go towards different solutions. There is no Duryodhana Vishada Yoga. No. There is only Arjuna Vishada Yoga. I tell you, if you are depressed, it is not sin. Don't worry. But analyze your depression. Is it out of inertness or restlessness? Is the depression asking only clarity and intelligence, or your very life Arjuna's depression is only hungry for clarity, knowledge, truth. Duryodhana's depression is hungry for life. Duryodhana's depression swallowed Duryodhana's life itself. But Arjuna's depression asked only just little clarity and intelligence and understanding. If you just study the symptoms of Arjuna's depression, limbs giving way, mouth parched, skin burning, hair standing on end, the bow and arrow slipping from the hands, unable to stand. These are the descriptions, clear descriptions of the Arjuna's depression. If you see all the symptoms of Arjuna, medically if you analyze them, denial, fatigue and lack of energy, feeling isolated, these are some of the medical symptoms. But I'll give you the deeper study about depression. Basically, depression is conflict between your social conditioning and brain. Please understand. Your brain, because it happened from the nature, the body, it has its own rhythm, flow, life. But when your social conditioning opposes the flow of your nature beyond certain limit, the conflict which starts results in guilt and which leads to frustration and finally depression. Please understand. If the social conditioning and your brain flow has only a small conflicts, there won't be much problem. If both of them literally fight, wage war, encounter each other, then starts the depression. If you look Arjuna's depression and Duryodhana's depression, both of them are confused. Both of them are not able to handle the naked reality. Both of them are not able to handle the side effect and after effect of the decisions they made. When they made the decision, they made it only logically, means thinking one dimension of it, but they did not make it based on the whole visualization. He is not able to hold the responsibility. Let me give you one example how people make decisions very logical decision, but when the reality happens, it happens something which was not imagined by their logic. Please understand. When you make decision, when things happen, they are different. I wanted to introduce these words used here by Sanjaya. The words to mention Krishna and Arjuna. He uses the word Kudakesha for Arjuna. Kudakesha means man who conquered the sleep. Rishi Kesho means man who conquered, mastered all the senses. Man who conquered all the senses is driving the chariot. Man who conquered the sleep is going to fight. Then what will happen? See here, conquering the senses means ability to control. Conquering the sleep means ability to explode. Two different dimensions of conquering. Conquering the sleep means no laziness, no tiredness, all the things related to sleep. Laziness, tiredness, the chronic fatigue, everything has only one root. Arjuna is a guy who has conquered that. See, Kuta Kesha is one of the great quality. Conquering the sleep. When you are able to conquer the sleep, something happens to your brain. Not just non-mechanical parts of your brain is awakened. An extraordinary creativity and the feeling to take responsibility. Please understand. Conquering sleep not only means that ability to live without sleeping or ability to sleep whenever you want, as long as you want. It also means ability to take the responsibility. Many times, people are afraid to accept new type of life. They don't want to take up new kind of life. They don't want to make new major big decisions. And they have a very nice word to cover up their laziness. We take life as it comes. If you are waiting for the life to take the major responsibilities for you, it will take the major decisions for you. It will do, but after giving you strong kicks. Very beautifully, Vivekananda says, better you take the responsibility and make decisions. Otherwise, Maya will start doing. Maya means the nature, the world will start doing. But the difficulty is when Maya starts doing, you will be given such a strong message. Sometimes it permanently impairs some of your capabilities and freedom. It happened. Let me give you one example. One guy who was our devotee started having some affairs. Wife came and cried to me. I said, call that guy. I called him and said, what is this? Then he said, Swamiji, you should only stop me. I asked him, what do you mean that I should only stop you? You want me to take your car keys and hide it or what? He said, no. You only should take care of me. You only should stop me. I said, don't you see it is such a nasty way of escaping from the responsibility? Anyhow, the fool went away, dodging me. He had some serious accident and a very powerful injury in the back. And Mooladhara top, fuse gone. Very difficult. See, if you have listened and taken the responsibility on your own, it would have been totally different. But when the life teaches, that becomes totally different. Sometime, your life may connect, your motives may go parallelly with the motives of the cosmos. But that is not enough. You should have the complete understanding which cosmos is carrying. Please understand. Not just in being in tune with the cosmos as accident. See here, the Arjuna's motive and Krishna's motive are touching each other at one or two points as an accident. War. That's all. That is the only common point. But other motives are all different. But Arjuna needs to imbibe all the logics of Krishna, all the motives of Krishna, completely, till you understand the whole. You can't exactly catch the truth. See, if Arjuna is not understanding all the logic or the reason with which Krishna is functioning, he may miss something. Understand, if you have two continuous thoughts without confusion, you will trust your mind. Vyasa ensures you will not have a second thought without confusion. Then naturally, your trust over the mind disappears. He does not wait for you to get prepared. I tell you, all techniques are just replacement for the pure enlightenment. Very poor substitute. Very poor substitute for enlightenment. Vyasa's job is something extraordinary. Just by words, just by repeating different words, he can ensure that all your past, present, future understandings about you, world, and the life gets so thoroughly confused. Of course, because no other word, I am using the word confusion. I can use the word fusion. Instead of word confusion, because it's loaded with so much of negative meaning. All these ideas gets into a kind of a fusion. Your trust about your mind disappears. You open your eyes and see. See, your mind is a servant. As long as you trust your servant, his report is right, you will not look into the reality as it is. It's like something is happening somewhere. You ask your servant the report, what is happening there. As long as you trust, you will be believing that fellow's report. But unfortunately, he can look and report only in his level. He cannot report more than his level. Only when you stop trusting him, you will feel the necessity for you to go and see there firsthand. Same way, only when you stop trusting the reports given by your mind about the whole, you will start looking straight into the truth, into the reality. Otherwise, you will never understand. See, till you drop the mind, even your meditation, even your techniques, maybe second opinion. You can't ensure always the second opinions are right. Here is a story for you. A blonde wants to start a chicken farm, goes to the shop and buys 100 chicken, comes back after a month and says, all the chicken are dead, please give me 100 more. Again, within a month, she comes back and says, all my chicken are dead, please give me 100 more. This happens continuously again and again and again and again, almost 6 times. The seventh time it was too much for the wholesaler. The guy was unable to understand and asked, why? What is happening? Every time within a month you come back saying that all the 100 chicken are dead. She says, no, I think now I know where I am going wrong. The wholesaler asks, oh, you understood where you are going wrong, so you won't kill them anymore? She says, yes, I think now I know where I am going wrong. I am planting them too deep. Understand? All your techniques are seventh time buying. All your techniques are seventh time buying. But you don't understand, in life there is no trial and error. When you miss, that's all. An army officer and trainee, both of them have jumped from the aircraft. Suddenly the trainee shouts, my parachute is not opening. Army officer says, don't worry, soldier, this is just an exercise. Whether it is an exercise or real jumping, your parachute has to open every time. There is no trial and error in life. Vyasa does not want you to have techniques. Because techniques are trial and error. Many times you try to catch them. I tell you, unclutching itself is not a technique. With technique, you always tend to cheat. I have seen people playing with techniques and avoiding the truth. They play with the Rama's name and shut the door for Rama. They play with Krishna's name and shut the door for Krishna. They play with Shiva's name and shut the door for Shiva when he comes in the form of Guru. Many times you miss it and miss it. The next verse, Vyasa describes Ata vyavastitan drishtva dartarashtran kapitvajaha pravritte shastra sampate Dhanurutyamya Pandavaha Rishikesham Tatavakyam Itam Mahamahibate. Seeing the sons of Dhritarashtra arrayed in the battlefield, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, who was seated in his chariot, bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow. Now the character Arjuna is introduced first time in Bhagavad Gita. Hero of whole Bhagavad Gita. Understand? Nobody else other than Arjuna can be a receiver of a great book like Bhagavad Gita. Please understand. When a statue is created, it is not only the greatness of the metal poured into it. The greatness of the mold also plays the role. Same way, see, Krishna's intelligence is like a metal, like a gold, melted gold, molten gold. It's getting poured. It is Arjuna's mental setup which acts like a mold. How the gold is going to get stored, how the gold is going to get frozen, how the gold is going to become a statue, that is decided only based on the Arjuna's mental setup. All the great things this book expresses, Arjuna is also responsible for it. Please understand. Arjuna is also responsible. Even some boring things in this book, like a repetition. Please understand. When you read Bhagavad Gita first time, you will feel there are a lot of repetition. Even I used to feel, God, what kind of passions Krishna is having? What a way he is teaching Arjuna. Unique character. Sometimes he acts very dumb so that the teachings received is helped, is useful even to the dumbest people on the planet Earth. I can be sure he can't be so dumb. After all, a king. He can't be so dumb to ask the same questions again and again. Maybe he is asking so that even ordinary people can understand the truths of Bhagavad Gita. The glorious expression of Bhagavad Gita not only Krishna is responsible, Arjuna also is responsible. Because the man who receives his intelligence plays a main role in the way in which the teachings are given. One side, Arjuna has to be highly intelligent. Only then the ultimate teaching, the Raja Vidya, can be given. Krishna gives Raja Vidya here, supreme knowledge, and Raja Guhya, the most secret. Please understand. He gives the supreme knowledge, which is a supreme secret. So for that, Arjuna has to be highly intelligent and trustworthy. Same way, he has to act dumb to make Krishna repeat the truth again and again. I think Arjuna tests Krishna. If he puts the same question again and again, what kind of answers Krishna is giving? If Krishna is giving the same kind of answers, then the answer is true. If you tell a lie once, you won't be able to remember that again and again and repeat the same lie. So Arjuna is recording for posterity, for eternity, all the solutions in a proper way, in an unmistakable way, in all possible directions. For example, when you ask me to define yoga, at different times I will be giving different definitions. It is not that some definitions are high, some are lower. I am giving the different definitions based on the different thought trend. So Arjuna collects definition for all the key terms like a yoga, tapa, jnana, anma, vairagya, knowledge, all the key terms. Arjuna collects definitions from Krishna, from all thought currents, from all thought trends. From different thought trends, he gets the answers for all the different key terms. Seeing the Arjuna's innocence and interest, Krishna goes on and on and on. I tell you, only a person like Arjuna can receive a great book like Gita. The tradition says they are incarnation of Naranarayana, means the same energy which expresses as Paramatma and Jivatma. See, in Vaishnava tradition, Vishnu expresses himself as Narayana and Nara. In Shaiva tradition, we call it Pasupati. Pure soul and the soul which reflects on the body. The pure soul is Padi, and the reflection of the soul on the body is Pasu. Pure soul is Narayana, and the soul which reflects on the body is Nara. So they call it Naranarayana. So Arjuna is just his own reflection. Unless I describe all the details of Krishna-Arjuna relationship, you won't understand the whole Bhagavad Gita. Because what a deep love and concern was a basis for this whole teaching. Brahma Sutra is not written for reconciliation. It is written for establishing the ultimate truth honestly, logically, systematically. In the world, there are two kinds of religious thought trends. One, kind of a, everything is one and the same, it's okay. Where some of the philosophers were afraid if we go to the depth, maybe more violence, more fanaticism, more anger will be created among the people. So they tried to kind of patch up. This so-called secularism, universalism, all of them are result of people who try to patch up. Everything is one and the same. It's okay. You don't need to be bothered too much about it. Yesu, Allah, Shiva, Krishna, Rama, Buddha, all are one and the same. Universalistic thoughts, where it is more or less like trying to bring peace. But the problem with this philosophy of in the name of trying to bring peace, they dull the research or practice of each tradition. Please understand, there's a huge problem. One side, the people who go in depth become fanatics. The other side, people who try to bridge everybody become lunatics. Means superficial. People who try to bridge everybody, universalism, they become too superficial. See all these so-called Jil gurus. There is no depth. They go on claiming everything is one and the same, everything is one and the same. But one important thing, all these universalistic philosophers have missed. Vedic tradition is one and only tradition. Even if you go to the depth, you will not become violent. You will not become fanatic. Because even in the core, in the depth, it is all about research. It is not about spreading. Please understand, all the religions which were happened outside India, had some components, some ideas. If it is practiced to its letter and spirit, can lead to violence and fanaticism. So this idea of universalism and secularism happened in the West as a protection from these fanatics. See, in the West, one intellectual, educated group evolved who are not able to tolerate the torture created by these fanatics. They want peace. They want rest. So they invented this theory of universalism and secularism. Understand? They invented the theory of universalism and secularism. In India, even people who go to that in depth and practice every scripture to the word and letter and spirit do not become violent, do not become fanatic, do not become terrorists. That is why I am saying Vedic tradition does not need secularism. Vedic tradition does not need this concept of everything is one and the same. I tell you, God, Allah, Krishna, Buddha, Yesu, Shiva are all different. It is not one and the same. This idea of one and the same is created just to avoid the in-depth study. Brahma Sutras are not written. It is not created for pseudo-universalism or pseudo-secularism. It is created for research and development. It's a pure science. It is honest science. Pure science is something which you need to explore without bothering about the effect and side effects of the invention. You just go behind it. You don't bother whether the side effect and after effect of your inventions or discoveries are going to be doing good to you or bad to you. It is a research. What comes, we will see after it comes. This pseudo-secularism, pseudo-universalism is the root cause of all the religious terrorism in the planet Earth. All the religious wars in the planet Earth. The real world peace can happen only by honest research and development. See, Mahabharata is a book where the personification of each quality appears as one character. Please understand, in your life, so many different experiences you go through, so many different parts you carry in your brain. See, one part of your brain is knowledge. One part of your brain is compassion. One part of your brain is violence. One part of your brain is cunningness. One part of your brain is speed with discrimination. One part of your brain is speed without discrimination. One part of your brain is the pure silence. If all these parts are awakened, you are full bloomed, then you are Krishna. Understand, when each part of your brain is actualized to its complete potentiality, it is self-actualization. If all parts, all the non-mechanical parts of your brain is actualized to its full potentiality, it is called self-realization. So each part, non-mechanical part of your brain, actualized in full form, becomes one character in Mahabharata. Giving is one dimension, non-mechanical part of your brain. When that has actualized its full potentiality, when it has reached its peak expression, that character is Karana. Cunningness, that is also part of your brain, a non-mechanical part of your brain. When that reaches its full actualization, that is Sahuni. Knowledge, the education, when that reaches its full actualization, Drona. So each character is an actualization of certain non-mechanical part of your brain. Bhishma is the actualization of respecting social conditioning, social norms, adjusting your life as per the social requirements. This is also one part of your brain. Constantly, all your ambitions, all your desires, all your goals, all your ideals, all your ideas are edited, altered, organized as per the society's expectation about you. Society gives certain requirement list to you. You tend to alter all your ideas, ideals, goals as per those requirements. Sometime when you are not ready to alter, when it is too much, you rebel. You become a revolutionary. Here, Bhishma is the personification of ability to alter your personal ideals and ideas, ambitions to the requirement of society. I am not saying it is right. Please understand. I am not saying it is right. And I am not saying it is wrong. This is also one dimension of your non-mechanical parts of the brain. In your brain, there is a non-mechanical part which goes on altering, changing, correcting, editing, your ideas and ideals as per the requirement of the external society. People who are benefited by your adjusting, by your alteration, by your acceptance, they call you as a tyagi. I am not saying it is 100% right. Bhishma is embodiment of social conditioning. He has become such a character, he does not even have a pain when he alters his requirements as per the need of the society. When he alters his necessity as per the need to the society. I should introduce Bhishma to all of you. He is really an enchanting character. For some people, he can be unimaginable hero. For some people, he can be just a person who has given up everything. I can say except achieving the enlightenment, he has all the auspicious things. Instead of taking the jump from social conditioning to enlightenment at the last moments of life, he took the jump in the last moments, in the deathbed. If he has taken that jump little early, I can say he would have been one more Krishna, a second perfect expression in Mahabharata. Maybe he sacrificed even his enlightenment to maintain a unique character representing social conditioning. He represents social conditioning, whatever is expected from you socially. Dedication to parents, dedication to the country, dedication to the king, dedication till the end to all the rules and regulations of the war, even while the opposite, the enemies are breaking all the rules and regulations. First time, Krishna is breaking the rule, commitment he made. He will not take up a weapon and fight. He has picked up a wheel, chariot wheel, and trying to kill Bhishma. Bhishma says, "Oh God, if you want to kill me, come on, I am here." He drops all the weapons. And he says, "You are a charioteer as on now, in your position." A charioteer is not supposed to take up a weapon and fight, especially when the owner is alive and active. But if a charioteer wants to fight, I am ready. I am ready to accept. And even in the end, nobody was able to defeat him. Nobody was able to defeat him. He made a vow, he will not fight with transgenders. He will fight only with men. So, very cunningly, sorry to use the word, but that is the right word, very cunningly, Krishna brings Shikandi to the front, war front. When Bhishma sees Shikandi, he knows if he does not fight with Shikandi, he stops sending the arrows, he will be killed. Arjuna is hiding behind Shikandi and sending the arrows. All the arrows attacking Bhishma are from Arjuna. Because in those days, in each arrow, the name of the person will be engraved. So each arrow touches him. Bhishma sees it is Arjuna's arrows. Means Shikandi is only in the front. Arjuna is hiding. But he did not even bother. I have taken a vow. I will not fight with transgenders. I will fight only with men. And he stands by the vow, even while dying. I can tell you,